Chapter 4238. The geniuses who were scattered all over the place also started to move quickly. At the same time, the elders of the various great sacred cities were watching the battle silently. They were extremely nervous. After all, they could not control the situation inside and could only watch from the outside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed as they realized that someone had fallen. The one who was killed was a sacred venerate from the 7-star tower. The one who attacked was Huang Shursan from the great desolate mansion. He was extremely terrifying, and no one could escape from him. The people from the 7-star tower looked terrible, but they could not do anything. Next, everyone watched the battle anxiously. In this space, Lin Xian frowned. He had a strong advantage, and that was the heavenly strike god eye, which allowed him to see more space than others. When he used his heaven-grade god art, he had a strange feeling that he was being stared at by countless people. Could it be that the people outside could see what was happening inside? Lin Xian was surprised, although he was not sure. However, it was better to be careful. Endless lightning surrounded his body and covered his golden eyes. Then he used his eye technique to look around. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Xian's body swayed and he quickly dodged. Where he originally stood, an extremely terrifying crack appeared, splitting everything apart. It was a ray of light that was more dazzling than the sun. Fortunately, Lin Xian reacted quickly and dodged it. The person who attacked in the dark was also surprised. He was able to dodge it. However, when Lin Xian turned around and the person saw Lin Xian's face, he smiled bitterly. "It's you, sword maniac." He turned around and fled without saying a word. To be honest, he did not know who Lin Xian was when he launched the sneak attack, but now he saw it clearly. He knew how terrifying the sword fanatic was, so he was very decisive when he fled. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and a ray of sword light shot out like lightning. It sent the person flying, causing him to vomit blood. "No, don't kill me. I didn't know it was you. I'm willing to hand over my token. Please spare my life." This person was an expert from the Limitless sect. At this moment, he was very decisive. Lin Xian took the token and snorted, "Scram!" If it was outside, even if the other party was from the Limitless sect, he would not have let them off. But here, he didn't go overboard. At least, he didn't kill the other party. He knew that the Yellow Spring Hall, the Great Desolation Palace, and the Demon City would definitely team up. Even Lei Xinqing and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would join hands. Therefore, Peerless City had a lot of enemies. If they wanted to fight back, they had to join forces with other forces. So now he was looking for some allies that he could unite with. At this moment, a mirror appeared in the sky and shrouded the area below. It was obvious that it was a saint artifact. It seemed that someone had already started looking for it. At the same time, several pairs of eyes appeared in the sky. Evidently, these were all terrifying eye techniques. Lin Xian relied on his heavenly secret divine eyes to move quickly. He had already defeated several people. He had also obtained quite a few tokens, but he still hadn't managed to gather all of them. After all, everyone had different tokens, and there would be a lot of overlap. Even if he managed to gather all of them, he would continue to attack because he wanted to eliminate as many people from the holy city as possible. When the experts outside saw this scene, they were shocked. This sword maniac moved so quickly. Yes, he has already obtained 6 tokens. Why do I feel that he can instantly locate the location of the enemy? Could it be that he also has a powerful eye technique? These people were puzzled. Even the Sage Kings frowned. They seemed to want to see through the light screen. However, Lin Xian had a layer of lightning defense on his body. Moreover, they couldn't interfere with the situation inside the space, so they could only watch. Next, the other geniuses started to attack quickly and obtained many more tokens. Some of them were killed, while others only lost their tokens and didn't die. Therefore, they just needed to snatch the tokens back within a month. Therefore, they became even crazier. For a moment, all kinds of battles broke out. Suddenly, the ancient mirror in the sky lowered its gaze and shrouded Lin Xian. At the same time, Countless laws were scattered around the area, forming a seal. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the lips of some people in the distance. Found it. They were people from the demon city. At this moment, 3 figures quickly rushed over. "Are you going to attack me?" Lin Xian sneered. He threw a punch at the seal, causing it to tremble nonstop. At the same time, the 3 great monsters who were rushing over from afar also changed their expressions. "Not good. Speed up." He seemed to be fighting back. A pair of wings appeared behind one of them and wrapped the 2 of them. The wings moved gently and directly tore through the void. Their speed increased exponentially. The other person was wrapped in the wings. His palms were constantly forming seals, causing the mirror in the sky to continuously hammer down light. An unparalleled power erupted from the mirror, causing the world to constantly collide with each other, so much so that some people nearby also sensed it. Their faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated. Someone was attacking. What a terrifying attack! Exclamations could be heard. At the same time, the people who were watching from outside naturally noticed this. That swordsman was targeted, and a great battle was about to break out. They were extremely nervous. And in the space, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The sword qi on his body burned, making him look like a sword god. With a sword, he split the seal. However, Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he was waiting. These people wanted to kill him. He was here to send these people to hell. The 3 demon sages were very fast and arrived in an instant. Seeing that Lin Xian had broken the seal and did not escape, the 3 of them were stunned. Then their faces darkened. "Kid, you actually dare to wait here. You're really impatient. Well, I'll take you down today." Earth-shattering power erupted from the 3 of them, and the light of the laws shot into the sky. It was as if the 3 volcanoes had been revived. Lin Xian didn't say much either. He immediately unleashed his tiger demon all out and charged forward. Army Destroyer, Skybreaker, Soul Suppressor. The 3 attacks came one after another. Between heaven and earth, a tiger's roar sounded. It was abnormally terrifying. The 3 demon sages naturally knew how powerful it was. They roared and attacked together. The 3 of them used their terrifying, unique skills. Among them, the one with the wings of shrouding heaven on his back turned his wings into 2 heavenly blades, which flashed with a terrifying light. Another person controlled the mirror and used a soul attack. The last person let out a roar as he punched out with a terrifying fist, causing the world around him to collapse. Chapter 40, 239. The people outside exclaimed when they saw this scene. The sword maniac shouldn't be able to block it this time, right? Boom, boom, boom. The 3 divine powers collided with the tiger demon fist. Rays of light exploded, and the terrifying laws shocked the world. Then, the 3 divine powers were torn apart, and the 3 beast overlords were sent flying. The spectators outside sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing incomparably shocked expressions. The sword maniac was too powerful, right? The 3 beast overlords in the space also had ugly looks on their faces. The other party was able to fight against them, and the 3 of them were able to injure them. A cold light burst out from their eyes, and they attacked with all their might. With a roar, their bloodline was fully activated. The terrifying wings of shrouding heaven fluttered between heaven and earth. The ancient mirror kept growing bigger and bigger, like a mountain descending, causing heaven and earth to shatter. The last beast overlord even waved his fist, shattering the void. It had the power to wipe out thousands of troops. These were the 3 ultimate moves, but they were easily broken by Lin Xian. The bodies of the 3 split open, turning into rain that scattered between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond the expectations of the 3. The 3 of them probably didn't expect it even when they were dying. The attack formed by the 3 of them was broken so easily. They were really weak. After Lin Xian killed the 3 of them, he took their storage rings. Then, A large black hand grabbed at the void. He directly controlled the mirror. The mirror wanted to fight back, but Lin Xian slapped it. His heavenly secret divine eyes shattered the soul imprint on it. The 1,000-demon city was really reckless. Lin Xian snorted. He directly controlled the mirror and began to search around. He was looking for the people of the 1,000-demon city. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. The faces of the people of the 1,000-demon city turned ugly again. Would the 9-headed Qilin be in danger? That's right, Lin Xian was indeed looking for the people of the 1,000-demon city. Originally, he had a heaven-level divine power, but once he used it, he was afraid that he would be exposed. But now, with this ancient mirror, there was nothing to be afraid of. His soul power flowed in continuously, allowing him to scan his surroundings. Soon he saw the phantoms of a few demonic beasts. Kill! Lin Xian controlled the mirror and flew out. Soon he arrived in the sky and shot a shocking bolt of lightning at the mountain range below. A crazy roar came from below. A lizard suddenly appeared. Its tail was drawn in the shape of a 1,000-mile mountain range, sweeping across the sky. However, it was easily pierced through by Lin Xian. After 3 moves, the giant lizard was blown apart. After seizing the token and storage ring, Lin Xian continued on his way. Next, he attacked fiercely, killing 5 terrifying demonic beasts. Finally, he met a person. When he saw this person, a smile appeared on his face. 9-headed Qilin. 9-headed Qilin's expression was extremely ugly. There were only 2 people beside him. Logically speaking, with his status, it was impossible for him to have so few guards. But after all, it was a random teleportation. After he arrived, he did not have time to gather others. But now he was found by Lin Xian. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. When 9-headed Qilin saw Lin Xian, his face turned green. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian shot out a bolt of lightning, which turned into a sea of lightning and completely sealed the entire space. In the next moment, he walked forward. Why? You want to leave so soon after seeing me? Where's your arrogance from before? Damn brat, if you dare to do anything, you're dead. The experts of the demon city are nearby. 9-headed Qilin gritted his teeth and roared. Outside, the people of the demon city were also stunned when they saw the scene. Soaring Sky Sage King even stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. A terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled. His cold voice sounded. Sword Maniac, you're dead. The people of the 3 dragon tribes' faces darkened. Peerless Sage King even sneered. Why can't you keep your cool? If you're so afraid of death, why let him in? Moreover, it's useless for you to scream here. Go in if you dare. Damn it. Soaring Sky Sage King was about to vomit blood. He couldn't control the space, so he naturally couldn't go in. Moreover, there were so many Sage Kings. If he broke the rules, he would be attacked by them. He sat down coldly and gritted his teeth. If anything happens to 9-headed Qilin, he's dead. The Sword Maniac will definitely die. Whoever dares to protect him will be going against the demon city. I'll definitely destroy his soul. The cold voice made everyone know that the demon city was really angry this time. I wonder what will happen to 9-headed Qilin. Does this Sword Maniac dare to make a move? In the space, Lin Xian looked at 9-headed Qilin and laughed. You still dare to threaten me? Seems like you don't know what's good for you. Go, the 2 of you kill him. 9-headed Qilin roared. Beside him were 2 demon sages. One was shining like the sun, while the other was cold like a devil. These 2 were powerful guardians. Roar! The one on the left was a flaming sparrow. It opened its mouth and spewed out divine flames that burned the 9 heavens. The one on the right spewed out terrifying demonic clouds that covered the sky and the sun. It carried a cold aura. When the 2 of them attacked, it was really terrifying. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He waved his hand and the tiger demon fist and blue dragon seal erupted again. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The sky full of divine flames and terrifying demonic clouds were all shattered. The two of them also exclaimed, "Not good, ninth young master. He's too strong. We'd better escape quickly." Nine-headed Qilin's expression became extremely ugly. "Can we escape?" As expected, lightning kept appearing around Lin Xian, as well as terrifying sword qi. The sword qi cut off everything. "The three of you don't have to surrender. If you kneel down obediently, I can consider leaving your corpses intact." Nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. He knew that the demon city had targeted him previously. The other party would definitely not show mercy. Therefore, he said, "The two of you hold on for a while. I'm going to use a secret technique." He gritted his teeth, and the illusion of a nine-headed heavenly snake and a Qilin appeared on his body. At the same time, he spat out a huge seal. There was a Qilin coiling around the seal. It was abnormally terrifying. Could it be a treasure left behind by the legendary Qilin race? When the spectators saw this, they exclaimed. They didn't expect nine-headed Qilin to have such a trump card. When the two demon sages saw this, they also took a deep breath. This was the only way. Therefore, their eyes turned red. They were going all out. The laws on their bodies erupted, and they let out terrifying roars. The two of them used their secret techniques and rushed over again. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. The wind and lightning laws condensed in his hand, forming a huge and indestructible sickle. When the sickle slashed down, it destroyed everything. Soon, screams were heard. The two demon sages couldn't even block a single move. They were directly killed. Their souls wanted to run, but they were directly enveloped by two balls of golden flames. They burned rapidly. Ah! The miserable screams made one's scalp go numb. Nine-headed Qilin was stunned. They can't even block a single move? He gritted his teeth and spat out blood, staining the Qilin seal. The Qilin seal erupted with an unparalleled radiance, and a terrifying roar sounded from it. It was as if a Qilin had been resurrected and rushed towards the sky. With a crack, he broke the seal. Chapter 4240. Great! The nine-headed dragon was overjoyed when it saw this. It turned into a stream of light and tried to leave with the Qilin seal. However, at this moment, a large black palm slapped over and enveloped him. Damn it! The nine-headed dragon roared and blew at the Qilin seal as it charged forward. It wanted to fight against the other party. The Qilin charged into the clouds and wanted to tear the black palm apart. Boom! The two collided, and terrifying laws swept in all directions. Countless large cracks spread rapidly. I blocked it. The nine-headed dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, I can fight against the other party. However, he soon realized that he was too naive. There were strange runes on the black palm, and it directly blasted the Qilin's attack away. The black palm closed and grabbed the Qilin directly. At this moment, another palm slapped over. Like the phantom of an azure dragon, it rushed towards Qujin. The nine-headed dragon screamed in pain, and its body was instantly torn apart. No. Outside, the people of the demon city roared crazily when they saw this scene. The nine-headed dragon couldn't block such an attack at all. He would definitely be killed. The nine-headed dragon only had 3 lives left. Now he only had 2 left. Can he still fight against it? Damn it! Why don't those people dare to come? The nine-headed dragon was indeed killed. The azure dragon heart was definitely not something that he could withstand. However, his bloodline was special and he could revive after death. Not long after, the nine-headed dragon phantom appeared on his body. After he was revived, his expression became extremely unsightly. Damn it! I will definitely take revenge. He ran away again. However, the azure dragon seal. Once again it came over. The nine-headed dragon screamed crazily. Lin Xian sneered. You want to beg me? I'll give you a chance. The nine-headed dragon gritted its teeth. I'm a peerless genius. I'm usually high and mighty. How could I beg for mercy? However, he only had 2 lives. The other party could completely destroy him in 2 moves. In order to save his life, he could only grit his teeth and kneel on the ground. Please let me go. I will never go against you again. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he looked up at the sky. Did you see that? The peerless geniuses of the myriad demon city that you have groomed are now kneeling before my feet. I wonder how you feel about that. The people outside were all stupefied. The 9-headed spirit was actually kneeling and begging for mercy. This was truly out of their expectations. Furthermore, Lin Xian's unrestrained provocation shocked them even more. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. They were originally ferocious, demonic beasts. Usually, they were the ones who suppressed others. No one had ever dared to provoke them. However, at this moment, they were being crazily slapped in the face. Even their most outstanding disciple was kneeling at the feet of that person. Damn it, those elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The flying sky Saint King's eyes exploded with a terrifying saber light that pierced through everything, causing the surrounding sky and earth to shatter. The 9-headed Qilin was also roaring crazily inside. Who are you? Who are you? Why are you targeting our myriad demon city? He really doesn't understand. Lin Xian sneered. You people from the demon city use your power to bully others. Do you think you can bully others just because you have the upper hand? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being bullied. I'm here for revenge. As he spoke, Lin Xian struck out with his soul-suppressing technique. The terrifying black stone tablet descended, suppressing the 9-headed Qilin completely. Lin Xian struck out with a dragon-shaped sword qi that entered the 9-headed Qilin's body, sealing him completely. The 9-headed Qilin felt his strength disappearing and was terrified. What are you trying to do? I've already kneeled and begged for mercy. Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you now. Because you're still useful. I'll give you a big gift. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 9-headed Qilin. The spectators outside were stunned. The other party didn't make a move immediately. This was truly shocking. But thinking about it, they knew that the 9-headed Qilin was probably feeling worse than death right now. They didn't know what the other party was planning. As for the people of the myriad demon city, they were discussing fervently. The other party was here for revenge. Who was this person? They had offended quite a number of people due to their usual arrogance. But so what? There shouldn't be anyone who could go against them. The soaring sky god king's face was dark as well. He was thinking about who this person was. Suddenly he thought of someone, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible. That lad was poisoned by the yellow spring diagram. He shouldn't be alive. And even if he was alive, he shouldn't be so strong. Therefore, he had no idea who this person was. Lin Xian left after suppressing the 9-headed Qilin. He didn't kill the other party, because he was going to use the 9-headed Qilin to threaten the myriad demon city. Who knew it might be useful? But for now, he should meet up with the people of Peerless City. He continued to activate the ancient mirror above his head to search. In other places, the other people were doing the same. They were searching for the other party and fighting for the token. In the vast mountains, for streaks of lightning flashed and turned into 4 figures. They were the 4 experts of Lei Xincheng. At this moment, they were looking at a figure by the waterfall in front of them, and the corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Someone was there, and it was a lone person. They directly rushed over and fought in all 4 directions, completely surrounding that person. Looking at the other party's appearance, they should be from Peerless City. A cold smile appeared on their faces. There was enmity between them and Peerless City. So, did they see the people from Peerless City? Kneel at our feet obediently and accept our judgment. We can leave you with an intact corpse. In front of them, a young man was sitting on a rock under the waterfall. He was fishing with a fishing rod in his hands. Looking at the 4 figures, he raised his head and frowned. People of Latian city, you scared my fish away. Scram! Otherwise die. A cold voice echoed between heaven and earth. The 4 people of Lei Shin-chung were stunned. Then they sneered in disdain. What did this lad say? Tell us to scram? And he said he wanted us to die? Ha! Who did he think he was? If you were Fu Hongya or Linghu Chueshua, we would leave immediately. But you're not. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Seems like you're tired of living. Some people were always so reckless. The young man rose to his feet. The fishing rod in his hand was still swaying gently. A low and deep voice was heard. 1,000 mountains, absolute flight. As the voice sounded, the surrounding scene changed. Thousands of illusions of mountains appeared around the waterfall and blocked their path. At the same time, some piercing rays of light tore through the void, shattering the entire void. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, the 4 sacred venerables of Lei Shin City were pierced through thousands of times by those black shadows. Blood dyed the sky red. Chapter 42-41. In just an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The bodies of the 4 people also turned into a bloody mist. How could this be? The 4 of them roared in horror. What happened just now? Wasn't the opponent's divine ability too terrifying? Since you've disturbed my fishing, then you'll become my fish. The young man's eyes once again burst out with a terrifying light. Not good. This is a hidden expert. Run. The 4 sacred venerables from Thunder God City. Just as they were about to turn and run, a cold voice rang out between heaven and earth. 10,000 paths, no trace left. Crack, crack. Time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. The 4 sacred venerables also stopped in their tracks. Then they shattered like glass. Their souls were directly shattered. They could not believe that the opponent had such a terrifying divine ability. The people who were watching the battle outside were also stunned. Oh my God, who is this person? He could actually kill 4 experts of the same level so easily. His technique was heaven-defying. He was from Wushuang City. Impossible. Apart from Fu Hongya and Linghu Chueshua, there was no one else in Wushuang City that was so terrifying. The people of Lei Shin-chung had ugly expressions on their faces as they started to discuss among themselves. Damn it, they had lost 4 experts in an instant. They raised their heads and looked at Wushuang City. They were not the only ones. Everyone looked over. Wushuang Sage's lips curled into a smile. Did these people think that he did not have any trump cards? What a joke. Wushuang City did not send any hunters before this. It was not that they were not strong enough, but that some people needed to use them at a critical moment. For example, the strength of the second stage was enough to shock these people. In front of the waterfall, the young man killed 4 sacred venerables of the same level as him. It seemed like he had done something insignificant. He also raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as if he could see through the void. I am Wushuang Sage's 3rd disciple, Lu Yuan. His voice spread in all directions. The spectators' pupils shrank. Wushuang Sage's personal disciple. They did not expect that apart from Linghu Chueshua and Fu Hongya, there was actually such a terrifying disciple. They wondered if Wushuang City had any other trump cards. Everyone was shocked. In fact, it was not only Wushuang City. Some powerful geniuses had also appeared in other sacred cities. For example, apart from Wan Jinni, there was another person with terrifying strength in the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Lu Xuanqin. He was a secret genius nurtured by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now he had revealed his talent. At this moment, he was facing 3 holy venerates. With a single sword strike, he caused the 3 holy venerates to retreat. The 3 saint venerables knew that they were no match for him, so they took out their tokens to save their lives. Get lost. Lu Xuanqin waved his hand, and 3 tokens floated in the air and flew toward him. A smile appeared on his face. This time he was going to let the heavenly smiting myriad worlds know how powerful it was. The three Saint Venerables retreated, their faces pale. To be honest, they were unwilling to accept it, but what could they do? The other party's strength was far above theirs. They couldn't withstand that sword strike. If there were a few more sword strikes, their souls would probably be destroyed. Truly terrifying. Who would have thought that, aside from Wanjini, there was actually such a terrifying expert? Just as the token was about to fly into Lu Xuanxin's hand, the situation suddenly changed. Between heaven and earth, a horrifying sound wave rang out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. In the distance, the three Saint Venerables who had yet to retreat felt an intense impact on their souls. It was as if their souls were about to split apart. What a terrifying voice! Who was it? They came back to their senses and looked into the distance, only to see Lu Xuanxin roaring. Sword qi erupted from her body and shrouded her body like a ray of sunlight. At the same time he sneered, "Who dares to attack me?" No figure appeared between heaven and earth, but the sound wave was even more terrifying. Lu Xuanxin snorted coldly, "You don't know what's good for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. The sword hummed, and dazzling sword light appeared, crisscrossing. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, completely sealing off the entire space. With one sword strike, heaven and earth were destroyed. Finally, the sound wave disappeared. A figure walked out of the cave. "You can actually block my sound wave." Interesting. That person was half human and half demon. He was extremely terrifying. After the three Saint Venerables saw the sword Tao, their pupils shrank. They didn't expect it to be the Azure Sky Rock. This was an extremely terrifying expert. They didn't know if this genius of the Myriad Swords Pavilion could resist those people outside. Seeing the scene, they were also surprised and started discussing. In the space, Lu Xuanxin narrowed her eyes when she saw the other party. She sneered. "I was wondering who it was. So, it's a demonic beast. A mere demonic beast dares to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel down and accept your death." Along with her voice, the entire space was pierced through by sword qi. The terrifying sword qi seemed to want to tear the 9 heavens and 10 lands apart. The Azure Sky Rock was originally disdainful, but when he saw the terrifying sword qi, his pupils shrank. "I didn't expect you to be able to learn the mysterious heaven sword formation. No wonder you're so arrogant." The Azure Sky Rock was indeed shocked. The mysterious heaven sword formation was a very terrifying sword formation in the Myriad Swords Pavilion. It was very difficult to learn. It was said that even the Myriad Swords Pavilion couldn't learn it. He didn't expect the person in front of him to have learned it. It had been 3,000 years since it appeared. Now that it was done, it was truly terrifying. "I didn't expect you to be a sword genius. Since that's the case, then forget it. I don't need to fight with you. I'm pressed for time." With that, a pair of terrifying wings appeared on the azure sky, Rock's back. He spread his wings and was about to fly away. Now wasn't the time to fight. However, Lu Xuanxin sneered. "You think you can come and go as you please? Once my sword formation is out, I'll use you as a sacrifice." At this point, the terrifying sword qi in the surroundings began to buzz. One after another, sword images appeared between heaven and earth. They were like divine swords that could split the heavens apart. The sword qi that filled the sky slashed down. The azure sky, Rock's expression sank. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. "Very well. Then I'll see if the mysterious heaven sword formation is as powerful as the legends say." With a roar, he charged over with the sky on his back. A blue sky diagram formed on his back. It was abnormally terrifying. It was said that the Azure Sky Rock could carry the sky on his back. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The battle between the two shook heaven and earth. One was a terrifying mutated beast, while the other was using a lost technique, the mysterious heaven sword formation. The power of the two was unparalleled. The three holy sovereigns in the distance were instantly sent flying. They looked at the scene in the distance with pale faces. Fortunately, they had handed over their tokens earlier. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. The spectators outside were also shocked. They didn't expect there to be a hidden genius in the second stage. In the first stage, they already knew about some experts. They originally thought that the second stage would be a battle between them. They didn't expect that the people in the second stage would be even more terrifying. Whether it was the Azure Skyrock or Lu Xuanxin, they were all extremely terrifying. However, some people frowned. The mysterious heaven sword formation was indeed extraordinary. The Azure Sky Rock was probably in danger. No way, right? The Azure Sky Rock's diagram couldn't suppress the sword chi? Some people didn't dare to believe it. Chapter 4242. Not long after, the blue sky diagram shattered and was torn apart by the sword chi. The Azure Sky Rock's body was also pierced by the sword chi and blood splattered out. Countless people exclaimed in shock. Lu Xuanxin sneered. You're nothing much. With a roar, the Black Heaven's sword formation became even more terrifying. Sword chi danced in the air, trying to tear the Azure Sky Rock apart. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Azure Sky Rock transformed into its true form and launched a peerless attack. It tore apart a corner of the sword formation and quickly fled. However, it was very miserable. Half of its wing was cut open. Blood flowed and dyed his enormous body red. Fortunately, it was talented. It activated its bloodline and directly merged with the sky, disappearing. The spectators were shocked. Defeated. The incomparably terrifying Azure Sky Rock was actually defeated. Is this the legendary Black Heaven sword formation? It's too terrifying. Did you run away? Humph, I'll definitely kill you next time. Lu Xuanxin snorted coldly, retracted the sword formation, and flew into the distance. Suddenly, she saw a terrifying sword light cutting through the void in the distance. It's Senior Brother Wan. She was overjoyed and couldn't help but speed up. Soon, she saw a few figures standing in front of her. One of them had an aura that was even stronger than hers. It was Wan Jinny. Senior Brother Wan, Lu Xuanxin called out. The people in front turned their heads. Wan Jinny also smiled. Junior Sister Lu. He waved his hand. Lu Xuanxin flew over. The two sides met up, and the people around them praised. Senior Brother Wan and Senior Sister Lu are unparalleled when they join forces. No one can fight against us. The group of people attacked aggressively, and no one dared to stop them. They collected the tokens very quickly, and in the end, they only wanted to eliminate the enemies. Finally, they saw a figure in front of them. One of them slashed at the sky with sword chi, but the other party dodged it. They were surprised that the other party could dodge it. No one could block it before. They knelt and begged for mercy, but the other party didn't seem to be like that. Interesting. I've finally met an interesting opponent. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion smiled. Lin Xian frowned. Although he had the ancient mirror, there weren't many people from Wushuang City. There were only 11 of them, so it was more troublesome to gather. However, he did not expect to run into people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sent out a sword chi, he instantly dodged it. In the next moment, he was surrounded by 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people. Lin Xian's eyes glinted coldly. You want to fight? He ignored the others and stared at Wan Jinny. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also stunned. They didn't expect it to be the other party. They were greatly surprised. They knew about Lin Xian. After all, the sword fanatic had caused a ruckus and eliminated many experts. Humph! Wan Jinny's eyes also emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. Although he didn't know the other party was very threatening. It was better to get rid of such a potential enemy as soon as possible. The people who were watching the battle outside were stunned once again. Then they burst into exclamations. They did not expect that the two great powerhouses would meet so quickly. No matter if it was the sword maniac or Wan Jinny, they were both extremely terrifying. Besides, there was also Lu Xuanqin, who had made a name for herself. When the two sides met, an unparalleled battle would definitely erupt. Some people from the sacred city let out a cold smile. Great, this kid is definitely dead. Indeed, Lin Xian was alone, while the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had many people, not to mention 2 sword experts. In a one-on-one battle, who would be stronger, him or Wan Jinny? Some people started to discuss. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. How could he be a match for Wan Jinny? He couldn't even defeat Lu Xuanqin. That's right, who does he think he is? He will definitely die when he meets the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The elder from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was very confident. Lu Xuanqin also narrowed her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. She also sneered. You must be the sword fanatic. You were so arrogant before, and even dared to attack the people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Now, how are you going to die? Lin Xian glanced at her and said coldly, Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Get lost. Let Wan Jinny talk to me. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party at all. In his opinion, only Wan Jinny was worthy of his attention. Lu Xuanqin's face sank completely. He dared to look down on her. Unforgivable. An unparalleled aura exploded from her body. Kid, you dare to provoke me? Senior brother, one doesn't need to do anything. I can deal with you. As she spoke, she strode forward. With every step she took, countless sword chi formed under her feet. After 5 steps, the sword aura that filled the air sealed the entire space, completely shrouding Lin Xian. It was about to start. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lu Xuanqin to make a move so soon. Lin Xian also revealed a look of surprise when he sensed the sword chi. His strength is not bad. He looked at her again and said indifferently, Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. My name is Lu Xuanqin. Remember that I will be your nightmare for life. Lu Xuanqin shouted angrily, and endless sword chi exploded. How dare you go against our senior sister Lu? You are courting death. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered behind her. Wan Jinny didn't make a move. In his opinion, Lu Xuanqin was enough to kill her opponent. Lin Xian struck out with the blue dragon seal. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. A huge dragon danced quickly and collided with the terrifying sword chi. The sound of the heaven-shaking squad was heard like a comet colliding. The sword chi was all sent flying. However, even the shadow of the blue dragon was penetrated. One could imagine how terrifying Lu Xuanqin's sword chi was. Kill! The sword chi turned into seawater and surged in all directions. Lu Xuanqin's face was gloomy. She wanted to kill her opponent as soon as possible. Lin Xian was also surprised that his opponent was able to block his blue dragon seal. He was really surprised. Interesting. He struck out with the blue dragon 9 palms again. Terrifying power exploded. Every palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Both sides were evenly matched. Interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion behind him were all shocked. They knew how terrifying Lu Xuanqin's strength was. Her simple attacks could instantly kill a sacred venerable of the same level. However, her 2 strikes couldn't do anything to her opponent. The people watching the battle outside were also surprised. This sword maniac was indeed strong. They wondered who would win this battle. The situation seemed to be getting more and more confusing. Lu Xuanqin gritted her teeth. Her opponent's strength was beyond her imagination. Lin Xian said, Your name is Lu Xuanqin, right? I will remember it. You are worthy of my full strength. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion didn't believe that Lu Xuanqin didn't use her full strength. Lu Xuanqin snorted coldly. don't be so arrogant. I didn't use my full strength just now. Now, I will let you see my ultimate skill." As she said that, she formed a seal with her palms. Countless sword chi flew out and formed a sword formation around her. "Kid, I will let you see the power of the Xiantian sword formation." Chapter 42-43. They could feel the power of the sword formation. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He felt a sense of danger, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had never seen this kind of formation from the other saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion before. In fact, he didn't know that this formation had been around for 3,000 years, and no one had been able to master it. Lu Xuanqin was the first. When the 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this scene, a hint of envy and jealousy appeared in their eyes. This showed how powerful Lu Xuanqin's talent in swordsmanship was. Lu Xuanqin roared. Suddenly, the Black Heaven sword formation began to rotate, transforming into thousands of sword chi that charged forward. The world shattered, and terrifying laws rushed into the sky, accompanied by a shocking killing intent. Everyone was stunned, and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also clenched their fists. The fist was too powerful. The sword maniac would definitely die. Lin Xian took a step forward and waved the tiger demon fist to resist. He used the army destroyer, sky shattering, and formation spirit one after another. Then the fourth divine ability appeared. Demonic transformation. The roar of a tiger sounded between heaven and earth, and the demonic clouds churned with an extremely terrifying aura. The two divine abilities collided between heaven and earth. Lu Xuanqin's palms kept forming seals, and the Black Heaven sword formation changed, forming millions of sword god phantoms that quickly charged out. They tore the tiger demon fist apart. Lin Xian used the laws of wind and thunder. Countless storms on his left formed a wind sword that bloomed with incomparable light. On his right, an ice and thunder sword formed with a destructive aura. The wind and thunder swords slashed forward. They collided with the phantoms. At the same time, Lin Xian also formed seals with his palms. He used the laws of the 5 elements to form the 5 elements sword formation. Boom! At this moment, his sword intent erupted, and a terrifying sword light cut through the void, forcing all the millions of sword god phantoms to retreat. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were stunned. The spectators outside also sucked in a breath of cold air. The sword maniac was indeed a top swordsman. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Lu Xuanqin's Black Heaven sword formation changed again. It turned into a sword shadow that reached the heavens and slashed down, breaking apart the wind and thunder sword and the 5 element sword. Even Lin Xian was surprised. His figure flashed as he used the wind shakes the 9 heavens and quickly dodged. At the same time he said, "Your swordsmanship is much stronger than I imagined. No wonder you dared to stand against me. However, it is still impossible for him to defeat me." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. In the next moment, an astonishing sword intent burst forth. Obviously, he was going to go all out. Hearing this, Lu Xuanqin was shocked. Did the other party want to die? However, when she felt the sword intent, her expression changed. How was that possible? Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? She was completely enraged. She formed a seal, and the mysterious heaven sword formation erupted with a violent force. It swept out. One sword shadow after another formed between heaven and earth. The power formed by the combination of these sword formations was incomparably mysterious. First slash of the Black Heaven, the giant sword that reached the heavens was held by a hand. Then it slashed down crazily as if a god was really angry. The power of the mysterious heaven sword formation was terrifying again. Probably not many sacred venerables could withstand it. Only the older generation could withstand it head-on. When the spectators saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed. Indeed, Wan Jinni's nerves were also tense. To be honest, he felt threatened now. Lu Xuanqin was younger than him. If she was allowed to grow for another 100 or 200 years in the future, she might really surpass him. This shocked him greatly. Could its power still be increased? Lin Xian was surprised. He saw that Lu Xuanqin had already activated the Sect Convergence sword. It was obvious that she had strengthened the power of the formation. Thinking of this, he also waved his hand, and a biting cold aura burst out. A flying sword appeared in his hand, which turned into tens of thousands of sword chi and rotated crazily around him. Sword kinesis technique. At this moment, as he moved, all the sword chi began to tremble violently. At the same time, a low dragon roar sounded from within his body. Those sword chis seemed to have transformed into huge dragons that suddenly roared towards the sky. The terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble violently. At this moment, even the people in the distance looked up. There were peerless experts fighting. Go quickly. They were scattered all over the world, but at this moment they were gathering in the same place. What a terrifying sword chi! What a terrifying power! Lu Xuanqin was also surprised. To be honest, other than Wan Jinni, she didn't care about anyone else. She didn't expect this sword maniac to be such a threat to her. So what? She was extremely confident in the mysterious heaven sword formation. This was a sword technique that no one except her had mastered. With a roar, a flash of light appeared in her eyes. Then the giant sword slashed down crazily. Boom! A gigantic sword clashed with countless terrifying sword shadows. Then, tens of thousands of thunderous roars erupted. The world completely shattered, and the surrounding people of the myriad sword pavilion kept retreating. They couldn't withstand this power at all. On a mountain peak in the distance, the azure sky rock's eyes were filled with shock. This was the aura of the mysterious heaven sword formation. Who was fighting with the other party? He had experienced the power of the mysterious heaven sword formation before. Even he couldn't withstand it. Now, an even more terrifying swordsman had appeared. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. The mountain peak that he was originally standing on also cracked. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, countless cracks appeared on the heaven-reaching sword, like a spider web on one side. Then, with a cracking sound, the sword light turned into countless laws and scattered in the sky. The heavenly sword shadow was directly shattered. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so powerful. How was this possible? The elders of the myriad sword pavilion were all stunned. That was the mysterious heaven sword formation. How could anyone break it? Lu Xuanqin kept retreating, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was full of shock. She couldn't believe that it was the mysterious heaven sword formation. It was her most powerful ability, but now it had been shattered. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this guy using? Why is his sword intent so powerful? At this moment, he felt like he was in a dream, and he roared like crazy. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and countless sword chi descended again, sending Lu Xuanqin flying. Then he said, "You're no match for me. However, your strength is not bad. Judging from your talent in the sword Dao, you might even be above the myriad sword Dao. Why don't you submit to me?" To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised, although the other party was inferior to him. However, the other party was so young and beautiful, yet she had mastered such a supreme technique. It really shocked him. He could tell that this sword technique was very terrifying. Perhaps not even the myriad sword Dao knew it. Otherwise, the other party would have already used it during the battle. With such talent in the sword Dao, he also had a heart of appreciation. Submit to you? Lu Xuanqin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Was the other party older than her? What kind of joke was this? She was a top genius, and she felt that the other party was slapping her in the face. Chapter 42-44. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Kill me if you can. Lu Xuanqin gritted her teeth and said. Lin Xian shook his head. Your sword will be even stronger in my hands. The people from Wanjian Pavilion went crazy when they heard that. Even the saint ruler of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had an ugly expression on his face. What a load of nonsense. Wan Jianyi rushed up with a murderous aura. He said, Junior sister, don't listen to him. He wants to destroy your cultivation. This guy is too despicable. Let's kill him together. Join forces. Lu Xuanqin was stunned. The spectators were also shocked. No way. Wan Jianyi came in. Is he not confident? To be honest, Wan Jianyi's face turned cold when he saw Lin Xian's strength. He was confident. However, it was very troublesome. He might even be able to defeat him. However, he might not be able to kill him. He had to get rid of such a person as soon as possible. Therefore, he decided to join forces with Lu Xuanqin. This guy is too despicable. We can definitely kill him if we join forces. However, Lu Xuanqin hesitated. Although she was arrogant, she had never thought of joining forces with others. In her opinion, geniuses would not bother to join forces with others, unless it was a team battle. She really didn't want to fight two against one like now, so she said. Before she could finish, Wan Jianyi said, No buts. If I let this guy go, there will be endless trouble. In order to survive, she had to kill him. How shameless! Lin Xian sneered after hearing that. This Wan Jianyi is indeed ruthless. Now, he wants to join forces to kill me. Wan Jianyi, are you not even qualified to fight me one-on-one? How dare you call yourself a sword genius? In less than 3 years, you will be surpassed by this junior sister of yours. Kid, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death today. Wan Jianyi pulled out his sword. He activated 10,000 swords, and an extremely terrifying aura burst out. This power was even more terrifying than Lu Xuanqin's. Lu Xuanqin did not make a move, but the 6 experts from Wan Jianyi pulled out their swords and fought in 6 directions. They obeyed Wan Jianyi and would not let Lin Xian escape. Lin Xian's face darkened. Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill their wish. Although he was in a very dangerous situation now, facing 2 top-notch experts and 6 experts from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, he was still in a very dangerous situation. However, he was still not afraid. At most, he would use his trump card to reveal his identity to everyone. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up. A terrifying sword intent appeared on his body. It soared straight into the clouds. From the looks of it, Lin Xian was also about to make a move. However, at this moment, a voice rang out from the sky, bullying with numbers. Do you really think that there's no one left in Wushuang City? The faces of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion members changed. Even Lin Xian was stunned. The people from Peerless City had arrived. Who was it? Was it Senior Brother Fu or Senior Brother Ling Hu? He raised his head and saw that it wasn't her. Instead, it was a man in green who descended from the sky. His face was unfamiliar. However, Lin Xian knew that this was one of the senior brothers of Peerless City. When Wan Jianyi saw that it wasn't Fu Hongye, he sneered. Just anyone dared to come and seek death. Kill him. As his voice fell, the 6 experts erupted with terrifying sword chi and charged towards the other party. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He didn't know the strength of this green-robed youth. The green-robed youth's gaze was calm as he said, coldly, thousands of mountains flying away. Countless mountain peaks appeared between heaven and earth, enveloping the 6 sword saints. Then, black phantoms flew out from the mountain peaks. They were like sharp blades covering the sky and earth. There were at least 10 million of them. In an instant, the 6 sword saints retreated. Countless bloody holes appeared on their bodies. Blood dyed their bodies red. In the blink of an eye, they were seriously injured. So powerful. Everyone's pupils constricted. Even Wan Jianyi was stunned. Lin Xian was the same. He took a deep breath. What a terrifying supernatural power. It seemed that this person should be a top-notch genius. Who are you? Wan Jianyi gritted his teeth and asked. He didn't expect Peerless City to have such an expert other than Linghu Chuexiue and Fu Hongye. I'm Lu Yuan, the third disciple of Peerless Saint King. Wan Jianyi, you're a top-notch genius on the pilgrim list. How can you be so despicable now? You want to fight me with numbers? You can try now. Lu Yuan stepped in the air, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. Wan Jianyi's expression was very ugly. They originally had an absolute advantage. However, Lu Yuan's appearance directly injured the 6 sword saints, causing them to lose their advantage in an instant. It was just Lu Yuan. If they really fought, Wan Jianyi wasn't afraid at all. However, in the next moment his expression became extremely ugly, because at this moment another ethereal voice sounded. Oh, is someone bullying Peerless City? As soon as this voice was heard, everyone's soul trembled violently. They felt as if their souls were about to split open. Even Lin Xian took a deep breath. What a terrifying soul expert! Moreover, it was someone from Peerless City. Everyone looked up and saw a woman walking over in the sky. She was wearing a black dress. Like a flower that bloomed in the netherworld, her hair was snow white. The 2 contrasting colors on his body were incomparably strange. Her eyes were black and white, as if they were yin and yang. Her appearance caused the entire world to become oppressive. Who is this person? Everyone was shocked, and so were the elders of the sacred city who were watching from the outside. Did Peerless City have another top-notch genius? Impossible. How could there be so many geniuses? Who are you? Wan Jianyi gritted his teeth and asked. He felt that the cultivation of the other party was ordinary, but her eyes were too terrifying. That was an eye technique, and her soul was extremely powerful. It was a great threat to him. I am the 6th disciple of Peerless Sage King, Yu Ruo. The mysterious woman's voice sounded between heaven and earth, and countless people took a deep breath. Another personal disciple. How many disciples did Peerless Sage King take in? The people of Wan Jianyi Pavilion had ugly expressions. The people of Acheron Hall and Great Desolation Mansion also looked gloomy. Damn it, they were too careless. They had underestimated Peerless City. They didn't expect Peerless City to have so many hidden geniuses. Yu Ruo stood in the void and said coldly, Wan Jianyi, you said that you wanted to fight as a team. All right, let's start now. As she spoke, an extremely powerful soul storm swept over. Wan Jianyi roared and activated Wan Jianyi's body to defend himself. Lu Xuanqin also used the Black Heaven sword technique to cover her body. The 6 injured sword saints also wanted to defend themselves, but soon their glabella cracked and their souls were destroyed. Are they dead? Wan Jianyi gritted his teeth in disbelief. His opponent's soul was so powerful. The people outside were also stunned. This person's soul was probably at the middle stage of the Saint Venerable realm. Lin Xian was also shocked. Isn't this too powerful? Even his heavenly secret, divine eyes felt a pressure. He didn't know what kind of eye technique the other party cultivated. His senior brother had taken in so many geniuses. He didn't know about it before. That's right, a team competition? Lu Yuan also laughed. Looks like we haven't fought for a long time. It's time to let them know how powerful we are. Wan Jianyi was furious. What kind of joke was this? He wanted to fight as a team because they had the advantage. But now, the other party had more experts than them. If they wanted to fight as a team, it would be very disadvantageous. So he snorted and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, didn't you want to fight one-on-one? I'll give you a chance. Come on. Chapter 42-45. You're really shameless. You wanted to fight a group battle because you had the advantage in numbers. Now that you have nothing to do, you want to fight one-on-one? Who do you think you are? Lin Xian sneered. The others also discussed spiritedly. This Wan Jianyi is really too despicable. Yeah, I used to think that he was a proud swordsman, but I didn't expect him to be so sinister. Hearing this, the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion had ugly expressions, but they didn't say anything, because what Wan Jinny did now was the wisest. Wan Jinny also snorted coldly. He didn't care about anything, whether it was despicable or shameless, as long as he could win. So he said, "How do I know you don't dare to?" "Trying to goad me?" Lin Xian laughed. "Very good, I'll fall for that. I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian walked out, causing countless people to be stunned. This sword maniac's brain must be damaged. He actually wants to fight one-on-one at this time. He's too arrogant. Even Lu Yuan and Yu Ruo were stunned. However, when they saw the confident smile on Lin Xian's face, they didn't say anything. Lin Xian walked out. He looked at Lu Xuanqin. "I'll let you see how the top swordsman of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion will be defeated by me. At that time, I hope you'll submit to me. Damn it, don't be arrogant. Senior brother, one will definitely not lose." Lu Xuanqin gritted his teeth. Lin Xian smiled. "Oh, is that so? Since you're so confident, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I lose, I'll let you do whatever you want. But if he loses, you'll submit to me." As soon as these words came out, the people watching the battle outside were stunned. This sword maniac didn't seem to be joking. Could it be that he's serious? What kind of joke is this? He's too arrogant. If it was a sacred king who did this, everyone would naturally be willing. But a young man, and a small saint at that, seemed to be joking no matter how they looked at it. Yu Ruo was also stunned. Black and white light bloomed in her eyes, enveloping Lu Xuanqin. The next moment, she revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that he has the body of a sword spirit? The body of a sword spirit? Lu Yuan was also stunned. Many people were in an uproar. This can't be. This is also a terrifying body in the universe. Who would have thought that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion would actually find it? The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion did not say a word. They were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to break. Damn it, not only did he get slapped in the face, his secret was also exposed. Lu Xian was indeed a sword spirit in her heart, which was also a rare physique. Moreover, his achievements in the sword Dao were extremely terrifying. His future achievements would definitely be above that of a Saint King, so he was worth nurturing. Originally, they had planned to keep this a secret. After all, if the secret was leaked, they would definitely be targeted by the other holy cities. However, he didn't expect Yu Ruo to see through it. "Junior sister, don't worry. This brat is definitely not my match." Wan Jinny walked out and said, "Kid, do you dare to swear on your Dao heart? Let's fight one-on-one. No one is allowed to help us." Why wouldn't he dare? Lin Xian sneered. He had long wanted to have a battle of swordsmanship with his opponent. Now was the perfect opportunity. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and a piercingly cold sword qi directly pressed down. His speed was extremely fast. It was also the sword-controlling technique of the sword dragon race. Humph! Wan Jinny snorted and also waved his hand, and a sword qi was also released. The two collided, and the terrifying sword Dao Law swept out in all directions. Countless large cracks continued to spread. Lu Xuanqin quickly retreated. On the other side, Yu Ruo and Lu Yuan also retreated to a distance, silently watching the battle. Lin Xian waved his sword qi, and it turned into battle dragons one after another, flying out. There was a terrifying dragon Dao aura on them. These sword qi could easily pierce through everything. Feeling the danger, Wan Jinny's face darkened and he sneered. "Do you know? The sword in my hand is called the dragon-slaying sword. It's just right to restrain you." The power of the sword burst out, and all the sword shadows were blown away. A terrifying light shot towards Lin Xian's throat. The dragon-slaying sword was Wan Jinny's weapon, and it was a famous sword in the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Legend had it that 8,000 years ago, there was a supreme sword saint in the myriad sword pavilion who wielded this sword. He killed 9 supreme dragon race experts and became famous in the starry sky. Therefore, this sword was named the dragon-slaying sword. Later, it was passed down to Wan Jiani, and when he used it now, it was also incomparably terrifying. Seeing this scene, the people of the 3 dragon races also looked gloomy. Although the dragon race experts that were killed were not from their races, they were still from the dragon race after all. The other party used their blood to make a name for himself. So naturally, they were unhappy. Therefore, many people gritted their teeth, hoping that Lin Xian could win. Sword controlling technique, 8 Dragon's Fury. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 8 shadows of swords appeared under his palm. They were abnormally terrifying. The 8 sword shadows kept vibrating, and an extremely terrifying dragon roar was released, along with his breathing technique. It was earth-shattering. The sword chi of the opponent's dragon-slaying sword was also shattered. Wan Jiani's pupils shrank, and he could only withdraw his sword and defend himself. He kept retreating, and the surrounding void turned into a black hole. What a terrifying sword! Lu Xuanqin was shocked when she saw the scene. Wan Jiani was forced to retreat, and his face turned ugly. Then he quickly attacked. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and it was like 2 divine swords colliding nonstop. Every strike had the power to destroy the world. Divine sword controlling thunder. Wan Jiani was in harmony, and the sword chi was waved. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds condensed and lightning descended. It merged with the sword chi, forming a terrifying and destructive aura. It was a shocking scene and also a top-notch sword technique of the Wan Jiani Pavilion. At this moment, it was being used, and it was attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword chi was wide open, resisting it. He had seen many supernatural powers on Mount Longhu before, and now they were all merged together. The sword chi that was formed was extremely mysterious, and each sword had an unpredictable power. Lin Xian waved 5 sword chi towards the sky in a row, tearing all the lightning apart. At the same time, his body shone brightly, and a sword chi shot out like a divine sword. He immediately charged towards Wan Jiani. With a boom, the defense on Wan Jiani's body was instantly torn apart, and the sword pierced into his body, leaving a sword mark. Dragon battle armor. It was the armor formed by Wan Jiani's dragon-slaying sword chi, and it was extremely powerful. Even holy venerables of the same level couldn't tear it apart. But at this moment, he was roaring crazily. The laws of the sword on it kept flowing. His armor also made the sound of glass shattering, and his face was full of shock. He couldn't believe it. Lu Xuanqin sucked in a cold breath. Wan Jiani was actually injured. It was too unbelievable. Countless people outside exclaimed, and Wan Jiani roared angrily, "Get lost!" A terrifying sword intent burst out, and Lin Xian's battle sword was directly shattered. Then he used the 10,000 swords convergence, and his body shone brightly, healing his wound. With a roar, he streaked across the sky, and with the dragon's slaying sword in his hand, he charged over. Accompanying it were tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Buzz! Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all, and he shot out flying swords that filled the sky to resist it. The intense collision between the 2 was like fireworks in the sky. What followed was the sound of countless thunderous roars. At this moment, those who came from afar also stopped in their tracks. They even retreated again because there was no way to go forward. This battle was really too terrifying. The people of the Wan Jiani Pavilion couldn't believe it. It was simply too powerful. But Wan Jiani was even more terrifying. Especially Wan Jiani, who is now a sword saint, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was just a small saint, and with such a gap in cultivation, they were evenly matched. They couldn't believe it when they were evenly matched. Buzz! Suddenly, a sword chi tore everything apart and charged towards Lin Xian's throat. It was an edgeless sword. This sword chi was silent, and it carried a biting, cold, killing intent. Chapter 42-46. Seeing this strange sword, Yu Ruo and Lu Yuan's hearts tightened. Lin Xian was expressionless. He was ready to use all kinds of strange techniques. Therefore, when he saw this scene, he opened his mouth and spat out a sword light. It was a silent sword. Then he opened and closed it, charging forward. Imperial Thunder Sword. 10,000 swords wielded lightning to contend against it. However, after 10 moves, he retreated again. His all-returning swords was almost repelled by the other party. How is this possible? He was shocked that the other party could find his weakness. Lin Xian sneered. He had cultivated the all-returning swords before, so he naturally knew where the weakness was. At this moment, he attacked again. Imperial Sword Technique, Roar of the 8 Dragons. Another terrifying sword sound was heard. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his long sword again. 8 Swords of the Sea Dragon. This was also a peerless sword technique. The sea water between heaven and earth surged, and the sound of dragons was heard. This sword technique was extremely vast, and it came with the power of heaven and earth. Wan Jian's all-returning swords was extremely powerful. He blocked the terrifying sword. At the same time, he attacked the 8 swords of the sea dragon. At this moment, his sword technique kept hitting the waves, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't make any waves at all. The 8 sea dragons stirred up heaven and earth, as if the whole world had turned into an ocean. The water child sword technique and the sword law kept surging. The combination of the two completely suppressed the Imperial Thunder Sword. Especially under the dragon breathing technique, the 8 sea dragons seemed to have come alive. They roared the sky, and their power increased. Every attack was powerful enough to overturn the sea. In the end, all the lightning was completely drowned. Wan Jian's expression changed. He quickly retreated and didn't use the Imperial Thunder Sword again. How about it? You're no match for me. Lin Xian snorted. Lu Xuanqin was completely stunned. She didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Wan Jian's expression was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be arrogant. I'll show you my ultimate technique." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and countless sword chi flew out, forming a sword formation that covered heaven and earth again. Is senior brother Wan going to use the 8-fold sword formation? Lu Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. Lin Xian also frowned. He also felt that the aura around him had become terrifying once again. It was even more terrifying than the mysterious heaven sword formation. Firstly, the formation that Wan Jian was using was called the 8-phase sword formation. It was also a terrifying sword formation. Moreover, Wan Jian's strength was above Lu Xuanqin's, so his power was even more terrifying than before. 8-fold sword formation: heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, lake. There were 8 different great Daos in 8 different directions. The great Daos formed from each other were extremely terrifying. At this moment, even Yu Ruo and Lu Yuan had a change in expression. The people watching the battle from outside also exclaimed. Wan Jian actually knew the 8-fold sword formation. It was too terrifying. This guy's talent in the way of the sword was actually so high. The people from Peerless City furrowed their brows when they heard the commotion. Brat, can you feel the power of my sword art? Next will be your death. Wan Jian snorted and waved his hand. The 8-fold sword formation danced quickly. The sky churned as countless sword lights descended. It was as if the entire sky was hanging down. This was the sword of heaven. Its strength was extremely terrifying. If one was hit by it, they would definitely be crushed into a bloody mist. Lin Xian snorted and attacked with his sword art. At the same time, the ground cracked open. The sword of earth rushed out and combined with heaven and earth, completely sealing Lin Xian. Lin Xian was forced back. His blood and qi churned. Seeing this scene, Wan Jiani laughed. Kid, do you see this? This is the difference between us. You're not even a sacred venerable. What do you have to fight me? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The eightfold sword formation? That was interesting. It seems that you're a little more powerful than I thought. But so what? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold sword light. Then I'll let you see my sword art. As he spoke, the 5 laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared on his body. They surged rapidly. The 5 elements, sword formation. 5 types of great Tao, sword qi, surged around him. Each of them was incomparably sharp. They combined with each other and multiplied endlessly. Sword of fire. Lin Xian attacked with his sword. Monstrous flames flew out and engulfed the 9 heavens. It collided with the other party's sword of heaven. At the same time, he stomped his foot. Endless water laws also surged and formed a sword of water. It turned into a boundless sea and fought against the other party's sword of earth. The two collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This was a clash of different great Taos. At the same time, it was also a clash of different sword formations. The explosive power left everyone dumbstruck. Those who were watching the battle outside exclaimed again. They originally thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian also had a formation. He actually mastered the 5 elements laws and combined them. Some people frowned. This sword maniac was actually so difficult to deal with. Wan Jiani's face was also cold. 5 elements combined? Why did he feel that it was so familiar? If he remembered correctly, there was a detestable kid who knew the 5 elements. He didn't expect to see a similar law today. Could this guy be that brat? A doubt arose in his heart, but soon he shook his head and denied it. Impossible. That detestable guy had already been attacked by a sage king. He would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. The sky shook and the earth shook. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Lin Xian blocked the other party's attack. Then he said, "Your sword formation isn't that good either. It's my turn now. Sword of water, see." As his voice faded, countless swords of water surged, turning into a monstrous ocean that engulfed the entire area. At this moment, the boundless land was completely covered by the sea. It turned into an ocean. It emitted a terrifying power that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Even those who were extremely far away changed. Their faces changed. It was too terrifying. Who exactly was the one who attacked? Their eyes turned red as they looked into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The sea surged, forming many whirlpools that swallowed Wan Jiani. It wanted to seal Wan Jiani. Wan Jiani snorted. The earth cracked open and crazily absorbed the sea water. The two were in a stalemate again. At the same time, he sneered. "Do you think I don't have water?" The eightfold sword formation also contained the law of water. At this moment, his law of water also surged out and collided with Lin Xian's water swords. At the same time, the law of fire also surged out. The 4 laws of heaven, earth, water, and fire all appeared. It suppressed Lin Xian's 5 elements, sword formation. Lin Xian used the law of earth and the law of gold to block it. The sword qi of the 2 laws clashed again. At the same time, the law of wood covered the sky and covered the earth. The 5 elements combined and suppressed the other party again. Wan Jiani's face was cold. He shouted angrily. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded. The terrifying power swept through everything. The law of wood was directly suppressed. "Kid, it's useless. Your wood sword qi can't block my lightning sword." As expected, the laws formed by the wood sword qi were continuously shattered. Your 5 elements sword formation only has 5 types of laws, while my eightfold sword formation has 8 types of laws. What do you have to fight with me? Wan Jiani roared. Another terrifying storm blew. The 6th law appeared and completely suppressed the 5 elements sword formation. Chapter 42-47. A terrifying storm tore through the surroundings, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. Everyone was shocked. The eightfold sword formation was too powerful. It was Wan Jian's most terrifying technique. At this moment, Wan Jian's sword technique and laws were all integrated into the formation. This sword maniac was going to lose this time. Yes, he should be proud to be able to contend with Wan Jian for such a long time. He was still a small saint now. If he grew into a saint venerable, he might be able to defeat Wan Jian. Discussions sounded one after another. Of course, there were also people who sneered. Do you think he can still leave alive? Today is the day he dies. Lin Xian was indeed suppressed, but he was not afraid. He also laughed. Do you think you're the only one who has wind and thunder? Unfortunately, I also have two types of laws. As expected, the laws of wind and thunder erupted beside him at the same time. Once again, he blocked the 6 laws of the other party. At this moment, the 2 sword chis collided once again. The vast power caused the void to collapse continuously, and many large cracks appeared. The entire world began to shake violently. Retreat quickly. Lu Xuanxin, Yu Ruo, and the others also quickly retreated. Useless brat, my 6 types of laws are independent of each other. The power of the eightfold sword formation is endless, and you only have the 5 elemental laws. The laws of wind and thunder can't be integrated into your sword technique at all. Wan Jian sneered. He unleashed his power again, wanting to turn the whole world upside down. The power emitted a primordial aura. Yu Ruo and Lu Yuan were also a little worried because Wan Jian was right. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who told you that I still have the 5 elemental sword formation? My current formation is called the 7 slaughter sword formation. Feel the power of my sword technique. Lin Xian let out a roar as the 7 types of laws surged continuously, erupting with boundless might. Heaven and earth were split open, and there was a powerful force that seemed to have crossed time and space. At this moment, the 7 laws were connected, and each of them had an extremely strong killing power. They were as dazzling as divine swords. No way! This kid's formation is even stronger, everyone exclaimed. Wan Jian was also pushed back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and roared. So what if it's the 7 slaughter formation? Eightfold sword formation. Rise for me. The last 2 laws also erupted, the law of mountain and the law of lake. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of mountains surrounded the land. The ground had turned into a swamp, which was incomparably strange. At this moment, the 8 laws revolved around each other, tearing everything apart and completely enveloping the 7 annihilation sword formation once again. The battle between the 2 was extremely shocking. Lu Xuanxin was extremely nervous. He could not tell how the battle was going. From afar, Lu Yuan asked, "What do you think?" Yu Ruo's eyes were black and white. They bloomed with an extremely strange light. She said with a frown, "Not good." The eightfold sword formation was really terrifying. The 8 types of laws fused together and actually gave birth to the aura of chaos. What? Lu Yan's expression changed when he heard that. The aura of chaos? How was that possible? Was this Wan Jian able to merge the 8 sword arts to such an extent? It was too unbelievable. As expected, the 8 types of laws revolved around each other. A chaotic sword beam was directly activated by the 7 kills sword array and slashed at Lin Xian. With a clang, Lin Xian was sent flying. A sword wound appeared on his body as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. The spectators also exclaimed in surprise. What was that? Some of them were shocked. The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were also shocked. They cheered happily. The chaotic sword beam was actually condensed into a chaotic sword beam. It was really unbelievable. They did not expect Wan Jian's strength to be so powerful. The spectators were even more shocked when they heard that. Chaos was the aura of the origin of heaven and earth. It was really shocking that this guy could actually manifest it. The people from Wushuang City had ugly expressions. Not good. The sword maniac is in danger. Wushuang Sage King also frowned. Little junior brother, how are you going to block it? Lin Xian felt the change in his opponent's sword energy. His eyes also lit up. This aura was not the aura of the 8 types of laws. It was the aura of the fusion of laws. Kid, are you shocked? Let me tell you, this is a chaotic sword beam. You can't block it at all. Next, I'll let you know what despair is. Chaotic sword beam? Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was indeed very powerful. Was his opponent already able to use such sword energy? At the same time, the battle attracted the attention of the experts from all over the world. They were originally scattered, but now they were all gathered together. When they saw the chaotic sword beam, they were all stunned. This one Jinny was too powerful. Some of the experts from Wushuang City frowned. Chao Tianqing's eyes also lit up. On the other side, Gu Feng stood in the void, bobbing up and down. He was indeed a peerless enemy. He muttered to himself. Qin Xianer, Guan Songhai, and the rest also frowned. It was obvious that Wan Jian's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that this guy had a temporary breakthrough and fused the chaotic sword beam? This sword maniac was finished. Discussions were heard all around. None of them believed that Lin Xian would be able to withstand the attack. Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, also came. She was watching from afar, and her heart was also in her mouth. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Chaotic sword energy? It seemed that he could only show his true strength. To be honest, he wanted to hide some of his strength. But Wan Jian's strength made it impossible for him to hide. Since that was the case, then let's fight it out. What? Do you still want to fight me? Wan Jian shook his head. You are not my opponent at all. You can't block my chaotic sword beam. Wan Jian pushed the 8-fold sword formation and charged over. Yu Ruo and Lu Yuan frowned when they saw the scene. Should they make a move? After all, the other party had temporarily joined their Wushuang City's camp. They would not leave him in the lurch. The two of them took a deep breath and prepared to make a move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. Around the original 7 laws, another law appeared. A law that was as bright as a ray of light illuminated the 9 heavens, like the sun. As soon as it appeared, it lit up the entire sky. Countless people were shocked. This kid actually had a law. The 8th law had appeared, but it was still not enough. If it was just 8 laws, it would not be able to block the 8-fold sword formation. After all, the other party had fused 8 laws to form the chaotic sword beam. Sure enough, Wan Jian was also stunned. Do you still have a trump card? But you can't do anything to me. He rushed over even faster. Lin Xian, on the other hand, continued to wave his hand. After the 8th law, the 9th law appeared. It was a pitch-black law. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt their bodies shaking and their blood solidifying. It was as if their lives were about to be taken away. The 9th law had appeared. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying cold law. This guy had actually mastered 9 laws. Everyone was shocked. Who exactly was this sword maniac? It was too terrifying. Chapter 42-48. Yu Ruo and Lu Yuan were also stunned. They originally thought that Lin Xian had lost, but now it seemed that it was not necessarily the case. Therefore, the two of them did not make a move. Chao Tianqing's eyes lit up. Is he going to fight with all his might? He whispered. Murong Qingqing was also nervous. It seemed that Lin Xian did not intend to hold back all. After the solar and death laws appeared, Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he let the 2 laws fuse. They formed a Tai Chi diagram. What's that? Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed, and some of their pupils constricted. How is that possible? Yin-yang fish. Could it be the law of yin and yang? This guy actually knows a type of origin source law. Everyone went crazy. How is that possible? Wan Jian also stopped looking extremely shocked. 5 elements, sword formation, and the law of yin and yang? How is that possible? Could it be that you're that person? Are you not dead? He was really too shocked. The more the other party used, the more he felt that the other party was that person. What's going on? Could it be that this sword maniac has some other identity? Some people discussed animatedly. However, some people's expressions became extremely ugly. They thought of someone who should not exist. Could it be you? You're not dead? Wan Jianyi shouted coldly. Lin Xian sneered and did not answer. Instead, he used the 9 laws to the extreme. 9 tribulations. The 9 laws descended from the sky like 9 heavenly tribulations, attacking the 8-fold sword formation. The 2 sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. The 8-fold sword formation was suppressed. Wan Jianyi was furious and quickly shot out a chaotic sword light. Lin Xian also shot out a yin-yang sword light. The 2 were like 2 divine swords that could devour the sky and split the earth. He blocked it. This kid really blocked it. When the spectators saw it, they could not believe it. That was a chaotic sword chi. No one would be able to block it. They did not expect the other party to know the yin-yang sword chi. Exclamations sounded one after another. However, some people's expressions became extremely ugly. For example, Sage King Skysoar, Sage King Desolate Heaven, and Sage King Silvercorpse's eyes shone with a shocking light. Sage King Silvercorpse's face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Was it that guy? But that guy had already been killed by him. He was still not sure. Damn it. Wan Jianyi was roaring nonstop as well. He had not expected that even after unleashing his chaotic sword light, he would still be unable to do anything to his opponent. Chaos destroyed the heavens. He raised his head and roared. The 8-fold sword formation quickly fused together, and the chaotic sword light became even more terrifying. So what if you have the 9 tribulations? I can still kill you. Is that so? Lin Xian unleashed the power of the 9 laws even more terrifyingly, blocking the chaotic sword light. He said at the same time, "Do you think that your 8-fold sword formation is really that powerful? Today I'll break it for you." At this point, another precept rushed out from his body. That was the law of the sword, which was abnormally terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it was accompanied by a loud and clear dragon roar. It was as if a divine dragon had been resurrected. The 10th law had appeared. Countless people were stunned. A single person had actually grasped 10 types of laws. How heaven-defying was that? The addition of the 10 bells law caused the sword formation to change once again. Lin Xian roared in all directions. It was like a peerless sword. Absolute kill of all sides. Boom! Boom! The power of the great dragon sword spirit also erupted at this moment. The dragon-shaped sword shadow directly slashed out, colliding with the chaotic sword chi. Clang! The 8-fold sword formation finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the chaotic sword light was sent flying. The 8-fold sword formation shattered, and Wan Jianyi's body split open. Impossible, right? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The people of the Wan Jianyi pavilion roared crazily. The 8-fold sword formation was defeated. Damn it. At the same time, some people exclaimed, "It was that kid who didn't die." The 3 sage kings suddenly stood up, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from their eyes. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. Lin Xian was still alive, and his strength had become so terrifying. What? Lin Xian? Are you talking about that Lin Wuti? Heavens! Wasn't he killed by the yellow spring Tao diagram of the Silvercorpse Sage King? How could he still be alive? At this moment, everyone went crazy when they heard this news. Legend had it that Lin Xian was hit by the Sage King. If a minor saint was hit by the Sage King's attack, his soul would definitely be destroyed. But now, Lin Xian had come out alive. What was going on? How could it be? The soaring Sage King frowned and looked at the Silver Corpse Sage King. The Silver Corpse Sage King frowned. I don't know either. I did hit him. Could it be that he still has a trump card? It's actually you? You didn't die? Countless exclamations could be heard from within the cracked space. For example, the people of the Yellow Spring Palace, the great, desolate mansion, and even Gu Feng's pupils shrank. Their faces darkened. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, "That's right, it's me. I'm still alive. Why? You didn't expect it, right?" At the same time, his gaze pierced through the void, as if he could see through everything. "Silver Corpse Sage King, you attacked me without caring about anything back then. Today, I'll make the Yellow Spring Palace pay a painful price. And you, the Demon City, and the great, desolate mansion, I won't let any of you off." Lin Xian's voice was filled with strong killing intent. Everyone's scalp went numb. Such a genius had survived in the hands of the Sage King and had returned. What would happen next? No one dared to imagine. At the same time, some of them were enlightened. No wonder he was so against the Demon City and the other saint cities. So this was the reason. Damn it. The people of the Yellow Spring Palace gritted their teeth. The other saint cities were also furious. On the other hand, the people of Wushuang City were extremely excited. The corner of Wushuang Sage King's mouth curled into a smile. Finally, he revealed his identity. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. It was time for the final battle. Lu Xuanqin was completely stunned. She had always thought that her greatest opponent in the future would be senior brother Wan Jiani. However, she did not expect that her godlike senior brother would lose. He even lost to a minor saint. Was this man the legendary Invincible Lin? She looked ahead, her heart trembling. Lin Xian looked at her and said coldly, "Wan Jiani has lost. Are you going to submit to me?" Lu Xuanqin's face turned pale. Submit to him? She was unwilling. However, the scene in front of her was too shocking. However, at this moment, a roar was heard. The shattered blood mist turned into Wan Jiani's figure again. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was severely injured. However, he did not die. His entire body seemed to have merged with the eightfold sword formation. There was also a chaotic aura surrounding him. "It's really you. You're still alive." Wan Jiani roared crazily. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. "You're still alive?" As he spoke, he attacked again. The eightfold sword formation attacked crazily. Wan Jiani kept vomiting blood. Damn it. Stop it. The people of the Wan Jiani pavilion rushed over, wanting to stop them. However, at this moment, Yu Ruo and Lu Yuan also moved. "Why? Do you want to fight as a team? Do you think we're air?" Lu Yuan snorted. Thousands of mountains flying away. Thousands of illusions of mountains appeared. Countless light blades began to scatter in the void. Thousands of paths, all traces of people disappeared. Another terrifying roar was heard. Then a destructive aura rushed towards the people of the Wan Jiani pavilion. Those people roared crazily and fought back. Many of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Of course, there were also people who rushed out. After all, those who could come here were all experts. Some experts rushed out and attacked the two people. At the same time, there were terrifying figures moving in the distance. Obviously, the Wan Jiani pavilion was not the only sacred city. The other sacred cities had also made their moves. Chapter 42-49. You want to fight? Yu Ruo roared as her black and white eyes turned. A black ink plate and a white light rotated in the sky as terrifying souls rushed out. The surrounding time seemed to have turned black and white as everyone was pulled into a strange soul illusion. They felt a huge impact on their souls. Lone fishing, cold river snow. Lu Yuan formed a seal with her palm, and the surrounding ice started to blow. Those who were trapped in the illusion were frozen. They were shattered by countless illusions of mountains. All of a sudden, all kinds of miserable cries were heard. "Quick, attack! We can't let the people from Akron Hall reach us." Countless laws were hammered down. On the other side, the people from Myriad Demon City also attacked. All kinds of demonic beasts roared between heaven and earth. There were even many people from Great Desolate Mansion who summoned barren figures. They attacked. In an instant, a huge battle broke out as many people charged towards Yuruo and Lu Yuan. Some of them charged towards Lin Xian as they felt that he was more dangerous and they had to get rid of him quickly. Lu Xuanqin formed the Xiantian sword formation to block them. To be honest, he didn't want to bully Wan Jinni with numbers. However, if he didn't attack now, Wan Jinni might be killed. Buzz! The Xiantian sword formation erupted again with boundless power. It cooperated with the eightfold sword formation to resist Lin Xian's 10 ultimate sword formation. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Murong Qingqing appeared and fought with the 9 slashes of Kunlun against the Xiantian white sword. The two beautiful figures clashed. Lin Xian snorted. "Wan Jinni, do you think you can escape?" The 10 ultimate sword formation erupted, causing Wan Jinni to vomit blood again as his body cracked. "Damn it!" Wan Jinni roared. He knew that he was no match for Lin Xian. He couldn't believe it and could only escape quickly. "Come quickly!" he roared as he wanted to seek help. 5 people from Myriad Sword Pavilion rushed over. They released their peerless sword techniques and their killing intent sword. Lin Xian roared furiously as he unleashed 10 types of magical laws and attacked madly. With a slash of his sword, the 5 people were completely penetrated by the sword chi. Their souls were destroyed. At this moment, the people from Myriad Demon City and Akron Hall also attacked. 8 silhouettes rushed towards him. Lin Xian roared as the great dragon sword spirit completely erupted. 10 types of laws, the 10 ultimate sword formation. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless god of slaughter. There was simply no one who could stop him, and he was extremely overbearing. The spectators outside were all stupefied. What kind of battle prowess was this? Was this brat trying to defy the heavens? Wan Jinni's body tensed up again. If it wasn't for the eightfold sword formation and the primal chaos sword light, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, his situation was still very dangerous. He could be destroyed by his opponent's sword formation at any time. 2 desolate sabers descended from the sky. The 3 Yellow Springs diagrams in front of them kept spinning. The 2 greater demons at the back quickly attacked. Heavens! Lin Xian's qi and blood were roiling from the attacks. Now that he had revealed his identity, he no longer hid it. 9 Yang divine body. The golden light made him look like a golden god of war. He blocked the power. At the same time, he activated his sword chi again. No one could stop him. Pum! In the end, he used the powerful 10 ultimate sword formation to break the 8 ultimate sword formation and pierce through Wan Jinni's body. Wan Jinni used the chaotic sword light to defend, but his body was completely destroyed. The aura of the great dragon sword spirit made it impossible for him to recover. In the end, the chaotic sword light protected his head. Damn it! Save me! Wan Jinni was truly terrified. This was his last hope. If his soul was destroyed, he would not be able to revive. With a scream, the chaotic sword light was sent flying again. Everyone went crazy. But at this moment, a spatial crack appeared in the sky and swallowed him. Lin Xian's sword also missed. It pierced through the void and did not hit the other party's head. Did he escape? Impossible. Lin Xian used the heaven-level God's Eye. At this moment, he stared at a figure. A hazy figure descended from the sky and stood there, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Gufeng! Lin Xian's face darkened. Gufeng was a genius of the space element. He was the one who used the void, great divine ability to move the other party's head away. Why? Do you want to save him? Ask the sword in my hand if it agrees." Lin Xian's voice was cold. On the other side, many spatial cracks appeared on Gu Feng's body. His body seemed to have completely merged with the world. A terrifying aura spread. The two of them faced each other, while the surrounding people were fighting. Yu Ruo, Lu Yuan, Morong Qingqing, and the surrounding people attacked, forming a terrifying attack. However, there were too many people around them, so they were gradually suppressed. Morong Qingqing snorted and released the light of Kunlun. Immediately, the people of the Kunlun pavilion in the distance quickly came to help. But it was not enough. This time the other party had at least 4 sacred cities, while they only had 2 sacred cities. Fortunately, Morong Qingqing and the others were all top experts, so they could fight against many people at once. That was why they were in a stalemate. The faces of the people of the 4 sacred cities became extremely ugly. They had suffered heavy losses. On the other hand, the other party was only slightly injured. None of them died, which made them go crazy. Lu Xuanqin also retreated. Her face was full of disbelief. The crowd scattered, forming a confrontation. They all looked forward. In front, Lin Xian and Gu Feng were facing each other. The aura on their bodies was getting more and more terrifying, especially the 10 types of laws on Lin Xian's body, which turned into 10 divine swords and swept in all directions. Even the people of the 4 sacred cities felt their scalps go numb. The other party was just a minor saint, but the power of his swords could easily kill them. Gu Feng was even more terrifying. The other saint sovereigns could not resist him. However, he seemed to be fine. A dozen large cracks appeared around him, tearing the void apart. All the terrifying sword chi were swallowed by him. From the looks of it, he should have been exiled into the void. Lin Xian did not act rashly because the space technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the other party was from the monarch clan. He must have cultivated the void scripture. It was probably more terrifying than Wan Jianyi's 8-fold sword formation. On the other side, Gu Feng also did not act. To be honest, although he had an extremely powerful space technique, the space technique was too powerful. But the other party's law was too strong. It could even transform into a yin-yang image, which really surprised her. Lin Xian, very good. You are not dead. Looks like we will have a battle in the end. But not now. Next time. Gu Feng's body gradually disappeared into the void. His voice resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian said coldly, "I will be waiting for you at any time." When Gu Feng disappeared, the faces of the people of the 4 sacred cities became even uglier. Lu Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This Gu Feng was not simple. He was the king of space. That was not something that could be said casually. Yu Ruo also nodded solemnly. Her black and white eyes sensed carefully. She then said he should have left. Chapter 4250. Although Gu Feng had left, the people from the 4 great sacred cities were still here, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They had already sent out a signal, and more experts would come to support them. Sure enough, many figures appeared in the surroundings, and a few of them were abnormally powerful. A demonic ape walked out from the myriad demon cities, sighed with a terrifying aura. With a stomp of its foot, countless large cracks spread across the ground, turning the ground into a canyon. A few terrifying figures also came from the great, desolate mansion, and one of them was a middle-aged man who was carrying a bronze coffin. It was really strange. His appearance shocked countless people. In addition, 6 experts from the Acheron Hall came, and 2 of them were abnormally strange. They were a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe, and the woman was wearing a white dress. The 2 of them were abnormally mysterious. The cold aura from their bodies made everyone's scalp tingle. The experts from the 3 great sacred cities arrived one after another, but the morale of the myriad sword pavilion was somewhat low. After all, Wan Jinyi was killed until only his head was left, and he fled in a panic. Even if he survived, he would be seriously injured. Their confidence was damaged. Lu Xuanxin also left, and the remaining people were also terrified. However, people from the Thunder God City came. One of them held the great path of thunder, and it was very terrifying. They surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and it seemed that a terrifying battle was about to break out. However, Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Did they really think that there was no one on our side? Buzz! The sound of a guqin could be heard. Then countless laws were blown down, and a person carrying a guqin descended. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she had a transcendent aura. However, the sound of the guqin was mesmerizing, and they almost vomited blood and died. Everyone was shocked. Another expert had arrived. It was King Wushuang's fourth disciple, Gao Jinfei. The person who came shouted coldly. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. A person who was like a divine king had arrived. He looked disdainfully in all directions. Stepping on the phantom of a divine beast, an endless light surrounded his body. He appeared as if he was a king. He said coldly, I am King Wushuang's seventh disciple, Lung Aojuan. Everyone was shocked. It was another two powerful geniuses from Wushuang City. Although there weren't many people, their strength was abnormally terrifying. Just the few of you dare to contend with us? A woman in a white dress from the Acheron Palace sneered. The man in black armor next to her also snorted coldly, unable to withstand a single blow. Is that so? Why don't you give it a try and see if it can't withstand a single blow? Another voice rang out as two streaks of light streaked across the sky. It's Senior Martial Brother Fu. Lin Xian smiled. That's right, the person who came was Fu Hongya. His body was surrounded by laws, and he could attack at any time. Beside him was a figure. It was also a beautiful woman. There was a sly smile on her face, and she did not show any fear because of the terrifying battle. I am King Wushuang's fifth disciple, Shangguan Shaoxian. Buzz. Xin Jingqiu came to Lin Xian's side and looked at him. Apart from Senior Brother Linghu, most of the people on our side have already arrived. Peerless City's lineup was very strong. Every one of them was a top figure. They were fearless in the face of the 5 great holy cities. Your Wushuang City really doesn't know how to live. Now, surrender obediently and accept our judgment. The woman in white from Acheron Palace said coldly, You dare to judge me? Shangguan Shaoxian walked out. What? You want to fight one-on-one? The woman in white also walked out. The two of them stood in the void. Suddenly the woman in white attacked. A Acheron sword slashed out. At the same time the Acheron scroll and the Acheron chain flew out. She attacked with a fatal blow. Terrifying laws and supernatural powers surged out. It seemed like nothing could stop them. Everyone was watching, wondering how Shangguan Shaoxian was going to defend herself. Shangguan Shaoxian did not care. She waved her hand and took out a golden brush and a book. Like a scholar, the golden brush drew one golden Tao pattern after another in the air. It was just a few strokes, but it formed a picture. It was a heavenly master holding a rune to suppress the ghosts under his feet. This golden picture carried with it an overwhelming aura as it pressed forward. The woman in white was disdainful at first, but when she felt the aura from the picture, her face changed. She frantically retreated. The righteous aura was very effective against her. Soon, all the supernatural powers she cast were shattered. She also suffered from the impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister. Seeing this, the man in black armor shouted angrily. He stomped his foot and rushed over. He drew a black torrent and a long spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed at the golden picture in front of him with his sword. In the next moment, the collision of the two produced a deafening sound. The heavenly master protection on the golden picture seemed to have come alive. She waved her hand and shot the rune at the man in black armor. The man in black armor was also on guard. However, The woman in white attacked again. The killing sword in her hand pierced the golden rune. The two of them joined forces to attack Shangguan Shaoxian. Are they trying to bully me with numbers? Gao Jianfei walked over from behind. He took out the guqin on his back and played it with his fingers. High mountain and flowing water, heavenly sound kill. An extremely terrifying sound wave of heavenly sound rushed out. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them joined forces and sent the two Saint Venerables from Acheron Palace flying. Countless exclamations were heard. The people from Acheron Palace looked pale. They did not expect the two of them to lose. One should know that the two of them were known as the Acheron emissaries. They could not defeat the personal disciple of King Peerless? Damn it! The two of them gritted their teeth. At this moment, the middle-aged man from Great Desolation Mansion walked out. He placed the coffin on the ground. Immediately the sky shook and the earth shook. He opened the coffin with force. He sneered. Everything was over. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. Shangguan Shaoxian and Gao Jianfei's expressions changed. The two of them cast out their supernatural powers. The terrifying aura of desolation tore everything apart. However, they did not relax. They did not know what was inside. Buzz! After the coffin was opened, the palm that had been training reached out. There was only a palm and nothing else. However, the aura it carried was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the hand of a god could suppress everything. The golden picture that Shangguan Shaoxian cast out shattered. Even the sound wave of Gaoshan and Lu Shui was shattered. The two of them were shocked. What was that? Seeing this, Fu Hongye shouted coldly and quickly retreated. It was a secret treasure. Indeed, it should be a palm left behind by an ancient saint. The expert from Great Desolation Mansion must have practiced it. At this moment, there was a crack on the palm. A mysterious eye peeked out from the crack and emitted a terrifying light. Shangguan Shaoxian and Gao Jianfei immediately felt their bodies being restrained. They could not retreat at all. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He activated the 10 Ultimates sword formation and slashed at the palm, sending it flying. You're courting death. How dare you stop me? The middle-aged man shouted angrily. He stretched out his palm. The mysterious eye in the palm could also affect one soul. It was an all-out attack. If one was careless, one soul would be shaken and turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 4251. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 10 severing swords carried a sharp sword aura that was capable of destroying everything. Therefore, the 10 extinction swords formation instantly enveloped the palm and then shattered it. A crazy roar was heard as blood flowed. The middle-aged man vomited blood and flew backward. How dare you? He shouted angrily, but he was scared out of his wits because Lin Xian charged over with the sword formation. He was slashed into a bloody mist. Was he dead? Everyone was shocked. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Buzz! Someone from the demon city made a move. The woman formed a seal with her palms. Her 2 arms turned into 2 huge mysterious flowers. They were purple with strange Tao patterns on them. The flowers bloomed. A fragrance drifted out. Everyone was shocked and held their breaths. They were terrified. The 2 strange flowers attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. He waved the 10 extinction swords. However, at this moment, another figure walked out. It was Lung Ao Jun. As soon as Lung Ao Jun appeared, he said coldly, "Fleeting beauty." With a cold shout, the 2 mysterious flowers withered in an instant. Then, the woman's face turned pale as she roared in horror. Her arms fell to her sides. She no longer had any power. Everyone was shocked. It was too terrifying. Each of the personal disciples of unparalleled Sage King had strange laws. At this moment, they were really terrifying. For a moment, they suppressed the few great sage cities. However, at this moment, a palm reached out from the 9 heavens and grabbed Lin Xian. Indeed, the power contained in this palm was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the 10 extinction swords to block. The 10 swords of law continued to dance and slash at the palm. With a clang, he was forced back, his blood and qi churning. The surrounding people were all shocked. Who on earth could actually injure Lin Xian? A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Kid, today is the day you die. Then a figure walked out. Huang Shi-san. He actually came as well. Huang Shi-san was an expert from the previous generation. Moreover, he was already a middle stage Saint Venerable. Xiao Chen's strength far surpassed that of an early stage Holy Venerate. As expected, once he made his move, Lin Xian's 10 absolute swords were unable to do anything to him. Lin Xian's face was cold. Fu Hongye walked out. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. He was also a middle stage Holy Venerable, so the two of them fought for a long time. The other people shouted coldly and attacked. So what if the other party was strong? Sure enough, a spatial array appeared behind them, and the others were all teleported over. The number of people instantly increased by several times. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were surrounded. The young Sky Prides weren't the only ones among them. Many older generation figures had come. Aside from Huang Shi-san, many middle stage Holy Venerates from the other holy cities also came. It could be said that Wushuang City's situation was extremely dangerous. Murong Qingqing also asked the Kunlun Pavilion to send some masters over. However, he was still unable to turn the situation around. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Those who were watching the battle outside all revealed cold smiles. Among them, the Acheron Palace's Silver Corpse Holy King looked at Wushuang Holy King and said coldly, "It's a pity that these genius disciples of yours are all going to fall here today. I wonder how you feel about this." Soaring Sky Holy King also snorted coldly. Dead geniuses were nothing. Only those who were alive had a future. They all had a hint of mockery. The people of Wushuang City had an ugly expression. Wushuang Holy King also said coldly, "You guys better not be happy too early. It's still not certain who will emerge victorious. What, are you guys thinking of turning the tables?" Desolate Sky Holy King sneered. "How is that possible? So what if the other party was a genius? There were only a few of them. They were no match for the other holy cities." The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. They all felt that Wushuang City was really finished this time. They were surrounded, and none of them would be able to break out. These people are too despicable. Yu Ruo gritted her teeth. Shangguan Shaoxian and the others' faces also turned pale. They knew that the upcoming battle would be very difficult. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. As the third disciple, he was the leader now that Fu Hongye was not around. He was the leader, so he said, "Listen up, if there's a chance, break out of the encirclement. Leave by yourself. Leave as many as you can." Obviously, he was prepared for the worst. Everyone took a deep breath. However, Lin Xian said, "Senior brothers, don't worry. If they were to compete in numbers, they would be courting death." Hearing this, Yu Ruo and the others were stunned. What does he mean? One should know that even if all the people of Wushuang City came, there were only 11 of them. In addition to Murong Qingqing's Kunlun Pavilion, there were only 2 forces. It was impossible for them to fight back. On the opposite side, the people of Acheron Palace and Great Desolate Mansion sneered coldly. "You really don't know what's good for you. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Well, I'll let you know what despair is." These people were emitting terrifying nomological laws. They would torture these people to death. Lin Xian sneered and didn't care. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of competing in numbers. In the next moment, he took out the blue dragon horn. Then he used it, and a deep and resonant dragon roar spread out in all directions. Is it a sonic attack? Be careful. When the surrounding powerhouses of the holy cities saw this scene, they quickly put up a defense. One nomological law after another was formed and shrouded them. However, they were soon stunned, because they realized that it wasn't a sonic attack. They weren't affected. What's this then? The people outside were also stunned. Is this kid deliberately mystifying them? When the powerhouses of the dragon clan all over the world heard this sound, their expressions changed. It was the sound of the blue dragon horn. It was the sound of gathering. Go quickly. The people of the 3 dragon clans quickly gathered in the direction of the sound. On the other side, the powerhouses of the holy cities were furious. They felt that Lin Xian was playing with them. This kid was deliberately mystifying them. Ignore them and attack directly. These people were angry. The nomological laws on their bodies completely erupted. However, at this moment, a dragon's voice came from afar. Then, countless dragon auras sounded between heaven and earth. Dragon shadows rushed into the clouds. He quickly rushed over here. The blue dragon clan was here. An angry roar sounded. Then, the people of the blue dragon clan descended from the sky. They arrived nearby. The surrounding people were stunned. Are the people of the dragon clan here? The situation of the battle had become even more confusing. The people of the Akron Palace frowned. People of the dragon clan? Ignore them. The people of the demon city walked out and said, "Friends of the dragon clan, we are dealing with some matters. Please don't interfere." The one who spoke was a pitch-black lion. He was also a mutant. He was very powerful. However, after the powerhouses of the blue dragon clan heard this, they snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, they went directly to Lin Xian and the others. "Sword Maniac, it's really you." Mengqing smiled. As for the powerhouses of the blue dragon clan, their expressions were solemn. They took a deep breath. "Young master, why did you summon us? What's going on?" The people of the demon city were stunned. The dark lion's expression also became incomparably ugly. He was a mid-stage, wholly venerable, and a mutant. The people of the blue dragon clan dared to ignore him. The others were even more shocked. The people of the blue dragon clan were so respectful to Lin Xian. What was going on? Chapter 4252. Even the elders of the holy cities outside were stunned. The experts of the 3 holy cities took a deep breath. They naturally knew what it was, but they didn't say anything. And in the trial space, there were countless terrifying sword lights slashing over from afar. Were the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion here again? They all turned their heads to look, but soon they realized that it wasn't the case, because these sword lights carried an extremely powerful aura of the Tao of Dragons. People of the Saber Dragon race. The people of the Demon City exclaimed. The people of the other sacred cities were also shocked. Another dragon race had arrived. When the people of the dragon race arrived, they also looked at Lin Xian. Why did the young master summon us? What? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What was going on? The Saber Dragon race was actually so respectful to Lin Xian. From their words, it seemed that the 2 dragon races were here because of Lin Xian's summon. When did Lin Xian summon them? Could it be because of the horn just now? Winged dragon race greets the young master. In the sky, a storm swept across the 9 heavens. One figure after another descended. Their wings covered the sky. They were the people of the winged dragon race. They also came and stood beside Lin Xian. The 3 dragon races had Lin Xian as their leader. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The sacred kings outside narrowed their eyes. Some of them looked at the 3 dragon races with a solemn expression. Among them, the soaring sky sacred king gritted his teeth. Could it be that the kid had the azure dragon horn? That was a peerless treasure of the azure dragon race. It was actually obtained by a human. These sacred kings had naturally heard of the legend of the azure dragon horn, but in their opinion, it was impossible for such a thing to be spread. They didn't expect it to be in Lin Xian's hands. Damn it, they were too careless. The desolate sky sacred king and the silver corpse sacred kings faces turned ugly. Among them, the soaring sky sacred king stood up and looked into the distance. Are the three dragon races really willing to listen to the orders of a human? Why don't we work together to kill that kid, and you guys can regain control of the Azure Dragon Horn? This way, it will be beneficial to both of us. The moment these words came out, the other sacred kings gasped. It seemed that these people actually had designs on the Dragon Balls. The faces of the people from Peerless City changed. Peerless Saint King even stood up and sneered. What? You want to use despicable means again? You can try it. The powerhouses of the three dragon tribes looked at each other, then shook their heads and sighed. One of the elders stood up and said calmly, Soaring Sky Saint King, you must be joking. The Azure Dragon Horn's approval is not something anyone can change. We are also powerless. After he finished speaking, he sat down again and no longer paid any attention to him. Damn it! Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned ugly. The other party was actually ignoring him. He couldn't believe it. The Silver Corpse Saint King and the others also had a cold expression as they communicated through voice transmissions. It was fine. So what if the three great dragon clans were here? We still have the advantage. Indeed, in addition to the Yellow Spring Hall, Great Desolation Mansion, and Myriad Demon City, they also had the Lightning God City and Myriad Sword Pavilion. They were the five forces. Other than that, they could also negotiate with the Purple Sun Palace and the Spirit Gathering Pavilion. They wanted the other party to join their camp. This way, they would become even stronger. He didn't believe that these people could overturn the heavens. In the space, the people of the five sacred cities were also shocked. Even the people of Peerless City were shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others were also stunned. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I have summoned you guys here for a reason. Follow me to battle. All right. Meng Qing nodded. She and Lin Xian were friends, so she naturally wouldn't have any objections. The people of the Winged Dragon Tribe and Sword Dragon Tribe were stunned. To be honest, they weren't willing to fight with the five sacred cities. They didn't want to be involved in this mess. But when they saw the Azure Dragon Horn in Lin Xian's hand, they sighed. The other party had the Azure Dragon Horn, which could command the dragons. But at this moment, a voice rang out. What right do you have to order us around? The moment this voice rang out, the people of the three Dragon Balls were stunned. What was going on? They had already recognized the other party's identity. Who was the one resisting? Lin Xian frowned as well. He turned around and saw two figures flying over from afar. They were beginner sacred masters. One of them was like a demonic beast with a demonic aura around him. He even had scales on his face and a tail on his back. He must be from the Flood Dragon tribe. Lin Xian frowned. Beside the woman stood a burly man with dragon horns on his forehead. The aura of the Way of the Dragon on his body was extremely powerful. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Meng Qing was also stunned. She then said, Songju, what are you doing? Are you going against the orders of the Azure Dragon Horn? This man was from the Azure Dragon tribe. He had been training in the outside world. This time, he joined in to oppose Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly when he saw the other party. He took out the Azure Dragon Horn. When Songju saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. A third eye appeared in the middle of his brows. It was the eye of the Azure Dragon. It was emitting a green light and looked extremely mysterious. He fixed his gaze on the Azure Dragon Horn. Brat, this item belongs to the Dragon Tribe. What right do you have to take it? Hand over the Azure Dragon Horn obediently, and I'll give you a chance to live. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. A cold voice sounded. The lady from the Demon Tribe laughed. Since when did the Dragon Tribe allow a human to manipulate them? I think you guys should listen to Songju. When she said this, the faces of the three dragon tribes darkened. The people from the Demon City sneered because the lady from the Demon Tribe was on their side. From the looks of it, they had already succeeded. Let these people fight amongst themselves first. Why? Are your souls affected? You're Tsangju, right? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. Don't you know who I am? I'll give you one last chance. Listen to my orders. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Tsangju sneered. You're just an ant, and you want to order me around. I have the eye of the azure parasol. I'm the best candidate for the azure dragon horn. Now, I want it back to its rightful owner. With a roar, the dragon aura on his body surged. The eye between his brows emitted a shocking light and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. He attacked mercilessly. The 10 laws formed the 10 ultimate formation again and attacked, shattering that green gaze into pieces. In the next moment, his cold voice sounded. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. He activated the great dragon sword soul and the dragon tribe's breathing technique. A terrifying dragon aura surged. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a resurrected dragon. The powerful dragon aura shrouded the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's face changed. This aura, is this brat really a human? Is he also a member of the Dragon Ball? Tsangju was originally disdainful. As long as he killed this human brat, he would be able to get the azure dragon horn. By then, he would be able to command the 3 dragon tribes, who would be able to go against him. But now, when he sensed the aura coming from this person, his expression changed. Impossible! What a terrifying dragon aura! No one in the 3 dragon tribes could use it. Who was this person? Why was his dragon aura so pure? Could it be that he was more powerful than the 3 dragon tribes? Or was he from the Emperor tribe, the nest of 10,000 dragons? At this moment, he was scared out of his wits. Chapter 42:53. The aura was too terrifying. The lady from the Jiao dragon tribe was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to resist. Tsangju, who was beside him, looked pale as he roared crazily. Impossible! When he realized that it was the truth, he quickly retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? With a roar, he unleashed his power. The 10 extinction swords turned into an eternal radiance and slashed forward. The sword slashed down and Tsangju was split into 2. His soul was destroyed. Was he killed? The people from the Blue Dragon tribe narrowed their eyes. The others were also shocked. Lin Xian said coldly as he held the blue dragon leg in his hand. Who would dare to disobey? At this moment, the 3 dragon tribes were convinced. Lin Xian's voice continued to resound. Everyone obeyed and attacked the 5 sacred cities. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and charged forward. The 10 extinction swords formation exploded and split 2 sacred masters apart. The other 4 sacred masters were sent flying backward. Damn it! Fight back! The people from the 5 sacred cities also roared in anger and quickly attacked. In an instant, the people from the Kunlun Pavilion and the 3 dragon tribes also erupted. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely intense. Everyone was stunned. Such a battle was enough to destroy everything. Fortunately, this was the trial ground. It was a supreme existence that had been set up for tens of thousands of years. That was why they could withstand it. Otherwise, no matter how many worlds there were outside, they would have been destroyed. Lin Xian was unstoppable as he destroyed everything in his path. No one could stop him. In the end, only the middle sacred masters could come forward. The one who attacked was the Dark Lion from the Demon City. He roared and charged forward. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. The 10 extinction swords formation was in front of him and he was forced to retreat. However, in the process of retreating, he had injured 2 experts from the great desolate mansion. One could imagine his strength. How would the situation turn out? Those who were watching the battle outside looked extremely solemn. No one could predict the outcome of such a battle. The people from the Acheron Hall gritted their teeth. The sacred kings looked extremely solemn. They couldn't wait to rush in and kill everyone. The battle was exceptionally intense. At that moment, countless purple auras appeared in the sky. Another holy city had joined in. The people from the Purple Sun Palace had come. Which force did they come to join? After the people from Purple Sun Palace arrived, they actually joined Yellow Spring Palace. The 5 great sacred cities of the Acheron Hall were overjoyed. This was great. Their side had become the 6 great sacred cities. They didn't believe that the other party could resist them. Lin Xian roared. Aside from the aura of the Way of the Dragon, there was also an extremely terrifying devil chi. He swung his sword at the sky, the heavenly devil cover region. Boundless demonic clouds billowed with terrifying power. Then, the demons in the distance also rushed over. The members of the Sky Devil race quickly descended. Lin Xian brandished his sword. Kill! The Sky Demons joined the fray and charged over. Did the Heavenly Devil tribe join in as well? The people from the Acheron Palace and the Great Desolation Mansion looked grim once again. The small advantage he had just gained was gone again. However, they soon despaired, because they realized that this was just the beginning. Then, countless bells rang in the distance. Xian came with the people from the Acacia Palace and said with a smile, Lin Gongzi, I'm here to help you. She also joined Lin Xian's side, increasing the power of Lin Xian's side once again. Not long after, Guan Songhai also came. Sword Maniac, I didn't expect you to be Lin Wudi. You really surprised me. He laughed and also joined Lin Xian's side. In an instant, Lin Xian's side became the 8 great sacred cities. There was a shocking reversal of the situation. The people from the Acheron Palace couldn't resist at all. In an instant, they were retreating. Run! The difference between the 2 great sacred cities was too great for them to resist. Therefore, these people prepared to retreat. They were really mad. To be honest, they never thought that Lin Xian could gather the 8 great sacred cities. It was simply heaven-defying. Those who were watching the battle outside were also shocked. The sacred kings all stood up. Their faces were incomparably ugly. Their hearts were bleeding. With such a difference in strength, they couldn't resist at all. In just a short while, many of their geniuses and experts had fallen. Damn it! Ziyang's sacred king roared. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Wu Shuang, sacred king, snorted coldly. Serves them right. Wu Shuang City and Ziyang Palace didn't have any grudges, but they chose to go against them at the critical moment. Now that they were killed, it could only be said that they deserved it. As for the people from the Acheron Palace and the Great Desolate Mansion, their teeth were about to shatter. They really didn't expect that a dead young man was still alive. Moreover, it brought about such an earth-shattering change. Kill! Lin Xian took the lead and rushed over with his men. With the 10 terminal formation activated, he seemed to have turned into a killing god. Ordinary early-stage sacred venerables couldn't resist at all. Only mid-stage sacred venerables could resist. The 6 great sacred cities, who were originally proud, were now forced to retreat. Above the 9 heavens, Huang Shisan, who was fighting with Fu Hongya, was also angry when he saw this scene. Damn it! His figure flickered and wanted to go down to help, but Fu Hongya shot out a red leaf light. It formed a crack in the sky, blocking his path. Your opponent is me. Damn it! Huang Shisan shouted angrily. Do you really think that I can't defeat you? At this moment, he unleashed his strength, and the desolation aura on his body kept shattering. He summoned a desolate valley. Countless phantoms appeared from it and rushed towards Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya's body shone brightly, and the phantoms of maple leaves appeared behind her. Endless maple leaves, along with terrifying laws, rushed over. Both of them were really angry. The battle was terrifying. In the trial ground, in an uninhabited mountain range, the void cracked open. A figure walked out. It was Gu Feng. At this moment, Gu Feng was expressionless as he walked inside. A voice came from inside. Who is it? As soon as the voice came out, the surrounding mountains kept shattering. Gu Feng said, It's me. A figure floated out from the crack. It was actually a head, surrounded by chaotic sword light. It was Wan Jianyi who had escaped previously. Wan Jianyi's injuries were too serious. Moreover, he was injured by the 10 ultimate sword formation and the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, his broken body couldn't recover in a short time. But fortunately, with Gu Feng's help, he was able to escape. As long as he had enough resources and time, he could recover. Thank you for your help this time. Don't worry, I'll remember this favor. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. A look of gratitude appeared in Wan Jianyi's eyes. At the same time, there was a trace of killing intent. That damned Lin Wuti, I'll definitely not let him go. The pain I suffered today, I'll pay it back 10,000 times in the future. Hearing this, Gu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Is that so? I have something I need your help with now. What is it? Wan Jianyi was surprised. He was seriously injured now, and his strength was very weak. Now that Gu Feng wanted his help, he was very puzzled. Gu Feng flipped his hand and took out an ancient rune. He said, "It's simple. That is, submit to me." Chapter 4254. This sudden change left Wan Jianyi dumbfounded. When he was enveloped by the ancient runes, he felt an intense soul attack. Then he roared crazily, "Damn it, what are you doing?" The wanton sword light that surrounded him also rushed out, as if it could slash the heavens and destroy the earth. Gu Feng used his spatial divine ability to create many large cracks, directly banishing the power of the chaotic sword light into the void universe. In the next moment, he said coldly, "Don't you want to repay me? Then I'll use you." "Damn it, you want me to be your battle servant? What a joke." Wan Jianyi also understood that he was really angry. Previously, he was still grateful that Gu Feng had joined forces with him. But who would have thought that Gu Feng was targeting him? He was a peerless sword venerable, extremely powerful, and had mastered the eightfold sword formation and cultivated the chaotic sword chi. His future was limitless. How could he lower his head to others? It's useless. Stop struggling. If you were at your peak, I naturally wouldn't dare to use such methods to subdue you. But now, you're heavily injured and can't even use 1/10 of your power. Although you have the chaotic sword chi, it's just a trace, it's really too little. How can you fight against me at my peak? Speaking of this, the spatial laws on his body became even more terrifying. It was as if the entire world was under his control. Damn it, Wan Jianyi gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. I might even drag you down with me. Speaking of this, the chaotic sword light became even more terrifying. But he still underestimated Gu Feng. A terrifying black hole appeared on Gu Feng's body, directly enveloping the chaotic sword light. At the same time, his cold voice sounded. "Don't worry, I'm not making you my battle servant. I'm just planting a seal in your soul. I only need you to help me with some things. I won't make things difficult for you. As for your soul, it's no different from usual, and I'll even give you a chance." What chance? Wan Jianyi was stunned. He didn't believe it, because Gu Feng obviously wanted to control him and borrow his power. "The chaotic energy that you cultivated is too weak. I can send you to the real chaotic land to cultivate. I can let you cultivate the sword of chaos completely." What? Wan Jianyi's pupils shrank. Then he snorted. "What kind of joke is this? Do you think I'm so gullible?" Gu Feng sneered. "You are too naive. The place I am talking about is naturally not the second astral realm, but planet Xiwan. To tell you the truth, I came from planet Xiwan. Planet Primordial had a holy land called the All Beginnings Holy Land, which cultivated the primal chaos energy. As for the legends of Planet Primordial, I think you should have heard some of them." Once these words were spoken, Wan Jianyi fell silent. Indeed, among the myriad of worlds, there were 2 worlds that were the most unique. Planet Xiwan was one of them. At this moment, Gu Feng spoke again. "I have another secret to tell you. The person you hate the most is Lin Wuti. He also comes from the origin star." What? Wan Jianyi's pupils shrank. This time he was truly stunned. That guy was actually from the primordial star. No wonder he was so terrifying. Damn it, he said through gritted teeth. I can join hands with you, but can you not place a soul restriction on me? Gu Feng's expression also turned cold. He said, This is not up to you. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is to listen to me and place a soul restriction on you, and I'll give you a good fortune. Or I'll destroy your soul. Wan Jinni had no choice. He had no strength to resist at all. He could only listen to the other party. In the next moment, he felt the ancient runes enter his soul. Then a tearing pain came over him, almost causing him to faint. In the next moment, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He felt an ancient voice in his soul reminding him. It told him to respect the person in front of him. He knew that he would never be able to escape from Gu Feng's control unless he could break through and become a sage king. Then he would be able to get rid of the soul restriction. Very good. Gu Feng's lips curled up into a cold smile. Subduing such a peerless expert would make it much easier for him to act in the future. What happened here was very secretive. Other than the two of them, no one else knew about it. This was because the other people were attracted by the battle. The 6 great holy lands could not resist at all. Hence, they fled in all directions. On the other hand, the 8 forces, led by Lin Xian, continued their pursuit. At this moment, not only did they want to snatch the tokens, but they also wanted to eliminate these people as much as possible. Thus, a great pursuit began. In the sky, Fu Hongye and Huang Shishan were also locked in a fierce battle. Desolate God's Claw. The terrifying desolation, law, gushed out like a flood. Nothing could stop it. Huang Shishan's attack was extremely powerful. Those who were watching the battle from outside narrowed their eyes. They were also looking forward to the battle and were shocked. They wondered how the battle between these two old enemies would turn out. Fu Hongye naturally felt the terrifying power coming from the desolate God's Claw. His opponent was extremely powerful. He did not dare to underestimate him. In the next moment, he formed seals with his palms. Countless red leaves appeared in his hands. Then he waved his arms. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Huang Shishan had already summoned the desolate Grand Canyon. A few chains rushed out from the canyon. Then there was a hazy figure. It was a majestic figure. It was abnormally powerful, like a deity. There was a terrifying aura about it. The experts of the sacred city outside were all shocked by the scene. What was that? Even the people from the great desolate mansion were stunned. Some of the elders gasped. Could it be that thing? Did Huang Shishan succeed? Sacred King, desolate heaven, looked solemn. He did not expect the battle to reach such a stage. It was too much for Huang Shishan to use such a technique. As soon as this majestic figure appeared, Fu Hongye continuously retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The red leaves he shot out turned into powder. There was nothing he could do. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Even Huang Shishan's face turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the person he had summoned was beyond his control. He used his blood to draw something on his forehead. It was a mysterious rune. Then he formed seals with his palms. Then a crack appeared on his forehead. A stone tablet flew out from the crack. The stone tablet was covered with cracks. Some parts of it were even broken and incomplete. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. Once that majestic figure appeared, it let out a roar. He dashed towards Huang Shishan. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the stone tablet. Huang Shishan quickly retreated. His blood dyed the stone steel, drawing out one line after another as they floated into the air. Then a cold voice sounded. Kill him. Chapter 42:55. The figure stopped Fu Hongye in his tracks. He dashed towards Fu Hongye, his body bound by 6 chains. However, he was too strong. He could still shatter the heavens and earth even when he was bound by the chains. Oh no, Hongye is in danger. The people of Wushuang City tensed up when they saw this. The people of Great Desolate Mansion sneered. They did not expect Huang Shishan to be able to control Fu Hongye. This figure was really out of their expectations. It seemed that they had won this battle. Fu Hongye was dead, and Huang Shishan had joined the battle. Although Lin Xian and the others were stronger, they could still turn the tables. Huang Shishan, you are indeed stronger than before. However, it is still impossible for you to defeat me. Fu Hongye's eyes shone with a cold light. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Then, the maple tree behind him started to sway rapidly. A terrifying aura spread out. The maple tree seemed to have come alive. Mysterious runes appeared on the maple tree. A terrifying energy spread out and dyed the heavens and earth in red. Countless people were shocked when they saw this. Even the experts of Sacred City were shocked. This Fu Hongye actually had such a shocking skill. It was truly inconceivable. Although the maple tree was just an illusion, it was becoming more and more real. It was as if it had transcended time and space. The heavens and earth started to sway along with the maple tree. Fu Hongye was extremely nervous. Even his hands were trembling slightly. It was clear that he had also used an ultimate technique that was beyond his strength. The ancient blood sealed everything. A deep sound was heard. Along with it, endless red leaves swept across the 9 heavens. The entire world was dyed red. Everything else lost its luster. The people who were watching the battle from outside narrowed their eyes. They saw that the maple tree was rapidly swaying, and boundless leaves were rushing out from it. Each of them had the power to seal the heavens and earth. Wherever they passed, everything would be sealed. There was no way to stop them. This mystique shocked them. Initially, Huang Shishan had a cold smile on his face. He knew that he was going to win this time. His opponent would not be able to stop him because he had cast a forbidden mystique. Even if he won, he would be severely injured. However, when he sensed the power of the red leaves that filled the sky, his expression turned incomparably ugly. In terms of power, it posed a threat to him. It could even affect that majestic figure. Damn it. His expression changed, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the broken stone tablet. His palm continued to draw runes, and the majestic figure became even more terrifying. With a roar, his strength increased again. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it merged with the red maple leaves that filled the sky. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound rang out as a terrifying storm of laws swept out in all directions. The originally red world was now filled with a desolate aura. Everywhere he passed, everything became barren and ruined. What happened? All the people in the space looked up, and even the experts of the holy city who were fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw the destruction of the world. It was a battle between Fu Hongye and Huang Shishan. Someone cried out in alarm. Was the victor going to be decided? The people outside were even more nervous. The terrifying rumbling of the laws lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Next, they saw a maple tree rooted between the sky and the earth, shaking nonstop. A figure stood under the maple tree. It was Fu Hongye. His face was pale. It was obvious that he had used up too much of his strength, but he still stood there. On the other side, Huang Shishan was sent flying while spitting out blood. His body was shattered. It was obvious that he had been severely injured in the previous battle. He had been completely suppressed. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. They could not believe it, especially the people of the Great Desolate Mansion. They felt like they were dreaming. That was Huang Shishan, and he had used the taboo god call. The figure that he had summoned was so terrifying that even a middle saint venerable would not be able to resist it. However, Fu Hongye had blocked it. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Fu Hongye made another move. The endless red maple leaves condensed into a red sword, which he held in his hand. Huang Shishan's pupils shrank. Damn it, he wanted to attack again. Was he trying to kill him? He quickly gathered his strength and fled into the distance. Buzz. In the next moment, the red maple leaves fell and landed on Huang Shersan's body. Desolate 13 tried to block the attack with the broken stone tablet. With a clang, the cracks on the steel became even more terrifying. 1/3 of the steel had turned into dust. Huang Shersan's heart was bleeding. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Fortunately, he was able to block this attack. Then he used a secret technique and disappeared. Even Huang Shersan had been defeated. The people of the 6 great sacred cities still had hope, but when they saw this scene, they were terrified. Their scalps went numb. Run away. They ran away even faster. Fu Hongya wanted to chase after them. However, he soon frowned because he felt that an even more terrifying existence was descending. Retreat, everyone leave. He roared and quickly retreated. The endless maple leaves formed a red mountain in front of him to block the attack. Bang! He was sent flying. Not good. Senior Brother Hongya is injured. Damn it, a late Saint Venerable is here. Yu Ruo, Lu Yuan, and the others cried out in alarm. Their faces became extremely grave. Sure enough, an old figure appeared in the sky. He stretched out a finger. Scram! At this moment, another voice rang out. It was an extremely terrifying voice. Following that, a sword light slashed down. How dare you attack my Wushuang city? Do you have the ability? Linghu Chueshua walked out and stood in the sky. He faced off against the powerful late Saint Venerable old man. At the same time, even more terrifying figures appeared in the surroundings. There were people from the Yellow Spring Hall and Lin Xian's side. Those holy venerables seemed to have gathered as well. The surrounding people felt an extremely terrifying suppression. Although they were all holy venerables, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change with every increase in cultivation. Compared to them, late Saint Venerables were too terrifying. They simply did not have the strength to resist. Immediately, everyone retreated. Lin Xian and the others also split up and started fighting on their own. After all, if they gathered together, they would be a big target. It would be easy for late Saint Venerables to target them. Big Brother Xian, what should we do? Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others asked. Lin Xian said, be careful. Don't fight with those late Saint Venerables. I'll go deal with one person. After saying that, a cold, murderous intent burst out of Linghu Chueshua's eyes. Then he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Great, desolate manor, it is time for you to pay a painful price. Chapter 4256. Lin Xian left alone to hunt down Huang Shersan. Although Huang Shersan was a prodigy of the previous generation, he was very powerful and had already reached the middle stage of the sacred venerable realm. However, Huang Shersan had been severely injured in the battle with Fu Hongya. Lin Xian felt that this was a good opportunity, so he was ready to make a move. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, and a pair of divine eyes looked down from the sky. At the same time, he activated the ancient mirror to investigate. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Is he hiding? Looks like he's seriously injured. Thinking of this, he increased his speed. There were few mountains in front of him. Although they weren't tall, they exuded a primordial aura. It was like a divine mountain. Looks like Huang Shersan has chosen a good place to escape. After Lin Xian arrived, he felt an unusual aura which made him feel shocked. In the next moment, he snorted and waved his hand. The blue dragons, 9 palms, rushed out. It was as if the 9 divine dragons had come back to life. They blasted out in all directions. Suddenly, there was the sound of barriers breaking. It was obvious that Huang Shersan had set up a formation here. He's quite cautious, but it's useless. Lin Xian sneered. Come out, I found you. No one came out from the front, but there were countless laws descending in the surroundings, sweeping in all directions. Soon, a sneer came from inside. Kid, how dare you come here alone? Are you here to die? Along with the voice, a figure walked out. It was Huang Shi-san. At this moment his body was stained with blood, which was unusually glaring. His face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent that stirred the surrounding wind and clouds. He firmly locked onto Lin Xian. "You're wrong. I'm not here to die. I'm here to kill you," Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. "Kill me?" Huang Shi-san looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Kid, do you think you can challenge me just because I'm injured? You're courting death. Looks like you still don't know the difference between us. Let me tell you, even if I'm injured, I'm not someone you can challenge." When the people outside saw this scene, they were also in an uproar. This Lin Xian was too audacious, wasn't he? Even he wanted to kill Huang Shi-san. The faces of the people from the great, desolate mansion turned ugly. The elders gritted their teeth and said, "Kill this brat!" Truth be told, they were worried about Desolate 13's injuries. If it was Fu Hongye who came after them, they would naturally be afraid. However, they didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. The other party was strong, but he was only an early stage, holy venerate. However, Huang Shi-san was a true middle stage, holy exalted. "Die for me!" Desolate 13 snorted coldly. Two brilliant rays of light shot out from his eyes. Boundless divine rainbows streaked across the sky like two shooting stars. Suddenly the sky and earth shook. The void continued to shatter as the ground cracked open. A terrifying power swept out towards Lin Xian. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from outside became solemn once again. Even though Huang Shi-san was severely injured, he was still able to unleash a powerful attack. He wanted them to know that even if Huang Shi-san was injured, he wasn't someone who could be defeated by just anyone. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well, so he didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, he unleashed 10 different types of laws. The 10 ultimate sword formation was instantly unleashed and surrounded him. Terrifying sword chi rose from the ground. It slashed forward. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the faces of the trial takers in the space changed once again. "Who is it?" They looked at the terrifying scene in the distance and gasped. Another top-notch expert was fighting. They didn't go over because they couldn't even take care of themselves. The 6 great sacred cities and the 8 major forces were fighting, and many late-stage holy venerates had also come out. Everyone had to focus on the battle when it broke out. However, the 6 great sacred cities were doomed to suffer heavy losses. "It's useless. Now that you're severely injured, I can kill you." Lin Xian took a step forward. The sword chi on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword, as if he could control the world. The 10 types of laws turned into sword chi and circled around him. He looked forward. "You don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll use your head to show my might." Huang Shi-san also shouted angrily. Suddenly, the surrounding sky and earth spun and shook for 1,000 miles. He was completely furious. At this moment, he swallowed a pill to suppress his injuries and then quickly charged over. Buzz! 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 He waved his hand. The laws between heaven and earth surged violently, forming 5 scimitars with an extremely terrifying, desolate aura. It could take away all life. The 5 scimitars were like crescent moons. They descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. The moon was in the wilderness. A powerful divine skill was unleashed. Lin Xian snorted and unleashed his sword technique to fight back. The two's attacks were earth-shattering. The sonorous sound of swords and sabers rang out. Lin Xian felt a huge force coming toward him. It made his hand go numb. He snorted and activated the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. A shocking force erupted again. It forced the 5 scimitars back. Huang Shi-san also had eyes. Damn it! His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Although his opponent was only a small saint, his strength was far beyond an early stage Saint Venerable. He was not far from a middle stage Saint Venerable. Moreover, he was injured previously. At this moment, he could not unleash his peak strength at all. He was actually forced back by his opponent. With a roar, he formed seals with his palms and blasted over like lightning. They were like two black suns descending from the sky. This aura was really terrifying. Desolate sky, bright moon seal. The 10 ultimate sword formation shook. Lin Xian also felt his blood and qi churning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes became even brighter. 9 yang divine body. His physique bloomed with endless radiance. A terrifying force burst out. Lin Xian continued to wield his sword aura and slashed forward. Kill. The 10 ultimate sword qi used the Taiji diagram as the foundation. It spun continuously and brought with it the power to destroy everything. It collided fiercely with the other party's desolate sky bright music seal. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, the two's ultimate skills disappeared. The people who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. What? They were evenly matched. Could this Lin Xian really contend with Desolate 13? It was too unbelievable. They felt that they had gone crazy. This guy was fighting across several realms. The faces of the people of the great desolate mansion turned ugly. Gritting his teeth, Desolate 13 roared and charged forward at full speed. Every step he took was intertwined with the great Tao. One step seemed to cover 1,000 miles. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian and blasted out a punch. The clouds in all directions moved. Heaven and earth instantly lost their color. Heavenly steel palm. The terrifying fist turned into a huge heavenly steel and soared up into the sky. It wanted to suppress Lin Xian. With a roar, Lin Xian also punched out with his fist. The 10 senses sword formation revolved around his fist and exploded with the power of the tiger demon fist. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two was earth-shattering. All kinds of skills were used. It was unimaginable. At this moment, a terrifying radiance burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Heavenly secret, divine eyes, overturning heaven and earth. Desolate 13's body trembled. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. His soul was violently impacted. Then he vomited blood and was sent flying. Arg! He roared at the sky. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The injuries that he had been suppressing erupted again. Many cracks appeared on his body. Not good. Desolate 13 was injured. Moreover, his previous injuries had erupted. When the people outside saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. Chapter 42:57. How dare you injure my soul? I'll kill you. Desolate 13 roared at the sky. His glabella split open, and the broken stone tablet appeared once again. It suppressed the heaven and earth and blocked the terrifying soul attack. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a mysterious talisman appeared on the stone tablet. Then, a huge canyon appeared behind him. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the canyon. Then a tall figure appeared. The figure was abnormally blurry, but it was indomitable and intimidating. There were 6 chains wrapped around his body, and the ends of the chains were in the canyon. Obviously, this person was sealed in the canyon. Just who was it that could seal such a supreme existence? It was truly unbelievable. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. Desolate 13's face turned even paler, but he smiled. He knew that his opponent would not be able to stop him. Even if his opponent had 10 types of laws and could form the 10 senses sword formation, he would not be able to stop this figure. Unless his opponent's cultivation was at the same level as him, a mid-stage Saint Venerable, then he would have a chance to fight him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Outside, the people of the great desolate mansion were also laughing. They knew that there was no suspense in this battle. Although Huang Shan had suffered even more severe injuries after this battle, he was still happy that he had managed to kill Lin Xian once and for all. The people of Acheron Hall and Myriad Demon City sneered. The elders of Wushuang City were extremely nervous. After all, it was this divine ability that had injured Fu Hongya. No matter how strong Fu Hongya was, she could not kill Desolate 13. Could Lin Xian do it now? It was not that they did not believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's talent was already heaven-defying. He was probably stronger than Desolate 13 and Fu Hongya. However, Lin Xian was only a small saint. He was still far from becoming a Saint Venerable, not to mention fighting a mid-stage Saint Venerable. It was too difficult. Are you finally using your strongest trump card? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I admit that your trump card is very strong. But so what? Do you think I don't have any trump cards? Lin Xian sent out his trump card. The great dragon sword spirit merged with the 10 senses sword formation. He gripped the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and the power of the 10 ultimate sword formation enveloped it completely. Then Lin Xian roared, "Immortal!" The sword slashed down. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. All the power in his body was gathered in this sword. With one sword strike, his body became somewhat unstable. However, he still clenched his teeth and roared out, gripping it tightly. Under this sword, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the expressions of the late-stage holy venerables in the distance changed. Oh no, who is it? They felt a chill run down their spines and turned their heads to look. Huang Shan's expression changed drastically. How was this possible? How could his opponent possess such an attack? He roared crazily and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only resist. When he thought of this, he unleashed his power to the extreme, disregarding the consequences of activating the figure. The person who was chained up in the canyon also roared at the sky when he felt the power of the dragon-shaped sword soul. His palms split open the sky like a mountain, and his aura was oppressive. Then he clapped his palms together. It was as if it had turned into a peerless, heavenly blade, slashing forward. Clang! With one strike, the sound of thunder could be heard, spreading for tens of millions of miles. The people in the distance, their ears were bleeding from the deafening sound. In the collision, the person's arm suddenly shattered and countless cracks appeared. He was sent flying back with a roar, crashing into the canyon. The illusory image of the canyon faded. Then, under this sword, a crack actually appeared in the canyon. Damn it, this is impossible. Seeing this, the people of the great, desolate mansion roared crazily. What the hell is this? How could it be so terrifying? The eyes of the other holy kings were also shining with extremely terrifying light. They pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, trying to see clearly. Huang Shan was not in the mood to care about what kind of trump card it was. He only wanted to escape. However, he could not do so. After the cracks appeared in the canyon, it automatically disappeared. He could only use the broken stone tablet to block in front of him. However, this time, the stone tablet shattered into pieces, and he was also slashed apart by the sword strike. Throughout the entire process, there was nothing blocking it. It was too terrifying. When the elders of the holy city saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid was simply heaven-defying. There was still hope for the people of the great, desolate mansion. They were only slashed apart, so they should not die. Indeed, at their level, it was not easy for them to die. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that the slashed body did not fuse back together. In fact, Huang Shan's body fell to the ground. What was going on? Was he dead? This saber strike had directly annihilated the soul. Those people were going crazy. Lin Xian also fell from the sky, crashing into the ground. His face had also turned incomparably pale. The sword strike just now was extremely powerful, but it came at a great price. All the energy in his body was sucked away. He did not even have the strength to stand up. If anyone else came here, he would be in great danger. The people of the great, desolate mansion went crazy after seeing Huang Shi-san killed with a single slash. The people of the Acheron Hall and Myriad Demon City were also nervous. They did not expect their opponent to have such a trump card. They could not believe it. However, when they saw that their opponent was completely powerless, they revealed a ferocious expression. Great, now is the time. They must take this opportunity to kill their opponent. These Saint Kings formed seals with their palms and actually used an exceptional mystical power and began to transmit their voices inside. This was their only chance to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, they were very interested in the dragon-shaped sword shadow that Lin Xian had used. It was definitely a terrifying treasure. Some of the Sage Kings were also interested in the Azure Dragon Horn. This was because this thing could command a group of dragons. The Soaring Sage King wanted it very much. There were also Sage Kings who wanted Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body. It could be said that Lin Xian's body was full of treasures. If they could get their hands on it, they might be able to break through again. These Sage Kings did not speak, but they secretly gathered their energy and used powerful methods to transmit messages. Soon, the Soaring Sage King's face was covered in cold sweat. The Silver Corpse Sage King's face was also pale. After all, this was an inheritance that had been passed down for countless years. Outsiders would not be able to interfere. It was already so difficult for them to transmit a message. However, with so many Sage Kings secretly working together, they really succeeded. They managed to transmit a message. Soon, the experts who were still fighting received the message, and their eyes lit up. They turned and rushed into the distance. Lin Wuyi must die. They must get what Lin Wuyi had. Everyone's eyes were red, especially those late-stage sage venerables. They tore the void apart. Where are you going? Linghu Chueshua roared and rushed over with his men. These people were very fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the mountain range from before. When they saw that the entire world had been split apart, they were stunned. What kind of battle had happened before? Look, it's Huang Shi-san. Some sage venerables almost fainted when they saw the scene before them. The people of the great desolate mansion knelt on the ground. This was impossible. Huang Shi-san was killed? Who was it? Chapter 4258. The scene that unfolded before their eyes had truly shocked these people. Soon, they discovered that besides Huang Shi-san, there was another figure. Another figure was also lying in the ruins. It was Lin Wuyi. Countless people exclaimed. Could it be that Lin Wuyi had killed Huang Shi-san? The surrounding people went crazy. Some of the experts from the Holy City looked gloomy. They had already heard about this from the Holy King. Their goal was to capture Lin Xian. So, when they saw this scene, they attacked without saying a word. A huge palm covered the sky and the earth. It was like an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on Lin Xian. The powerful force caused the entire world to tremble. It was a late-stage, holy venerate from the Yellow Spring Hall. His attack was shocking. The surrounding people felt their blood boil. Fu Hongya roared, "How dare you!" Linghu Chueshua brandished his sword and blocked the Yellow Spring hand. Several experts from the surrounding Holy City attacked. For a moment, Lin Xian was in extreme danger. "Brother Xian, run!" Murong Qingqing exclaimed. At the same time, she ordered the late-stage Holy Venerate from the Kunlun Pavilion to attack. However, Lin Xian couldn't escape at all. Not good. Yurua's eyes were black and white. She frowned as she looked ahead. He has almost no energy left in his body. Take him away quickly. Lu Yuan also moved. The others also wanted to save Lin Xian. However, the experts from the other holy city sneered. They absolutely wouldn't allow these people to attack. For a moment, the world was completely sealed. Want to save him? In your next life, today will be the day of his death. Cold sneers could be heard one after another. These late-stage, holy venerates held their swords and walked forward. It's over. The people watching the battle shook their heads and sighed. This time, Lin Xian would die without a doubt. Lin Xian's face was extremely pale when he saw the scene. He swallowed a pill to recover some of his strength. However, this bit of energy couldn't help him escape. Moreover, he didn't plan to escape. Didn't these people want to kill him? Fine, he would accompany them to the end. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and formed a seal with great difficulty before his voice sounded. Everyone, please enter the dream. At this critical moment, he activated the illusion leaf. Rays of brilliant light burst out from the leaves and encapsulated the heavens and earth. In the next moment, everyone felt as if the world was turning upside down. When they came back to their senses, they realized that their surroundings had already changed. What's going on? What happened? A few people cried out in alarm, not understanding at all. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He was no longer weak here. Instead, he stood in the void. Welcome to my world, where I am the master. What makes you think you can dominate us? You don't even have the slightest bit of strength left. How are you going to dominate? An early stage, holy venerate demonic beast from the 10,000 fiend city laughed coldly. That holy venerate demonic beast attacked mercilessly, throwing a punch that immediately shattered space. It looked like he wanted to knock Lin Xian away. However, Lin Xian did indeed move his finger. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and shattered that holy venerate demonic beast. A bloody mist spread out, startling everyone. What's going on? Did he recover his strength? Damn it! How can this be? Those early stage holy venerates all retreated, as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, Lin Xian at his peak could kill early stage holy venerates as easily as chopping vegetables. There was no need to be afraid. He could not do anything here. However, the late stage holy venerates smiled coldly. So what if the other party recovered his strength? One of the old men threw a saber strike. A terrifying saber light swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were knocked back. However, Lin Xian's figure instantly vanished. He appeared in another location. It is useless. You cannot injure me at all. I am the master here. What's going on? That old man's expression sank. Soon, someone exclaimed, "Damn it! This is not the real world. This is the spiritual world. We fell for an illusion. Damn it! Unseal it!" Someone formed hand seals, wanting to escape from the illusion. However, he discovered that it was impossible. The people watching the battle outside were also stunned. They realized that the experts of the sacred city were all standing there without moving. It was as if they had turned into statues. Damn it! What's going on? Some of the holy city elders roared, "Quickly attack." However, some of the sage rulers frowned. Could it be that they fell for an illusion? That can't be. Lin Wudi is already injured to this extent. How can he still use such a powerful illusion? Damn it! Did he use a sage ruler weapon? An extremely cold light burst out of God King Soaring Sky's eyes. To be able to instantly control so many late-stage holy venerates. This was definitely the power of a sage ruler. However, there were also people who frowned. That should not be the case. If Lin Wudi used this power, he would immediately be suppressed. He might even be sent out and disqualified. However, that was not the case now. For a moment, these sage rulers could not understand. The dream leaf was indeed given to Lin Xian by a sage ruler. However, this thing relied on Lin Xian's soul as its foundation. Hence, the judgment of power was based on Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian was a ruler. He was not a sage ruler. Hence, this space would not treat the dream leaf as Sage Wang Li. Lin Xian took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Senior brother, quickly attack. I can't hold on for too long." Indeed, although the dream leaf was miraculous, it could not control so many experts for a long time. Furthermore, there were several late-stage holy venerates. Lin Xian felt that he could imprison these people for 5 seconds. I know. Linghu Chuexiwe and the others took a deep breath. Among them, the eyes of the experts from Kunlun, Azure Sea Pavilion, and Joyful Union Palace also lit up. This was an opportunity for them. As for the experts from Yellow Spring Hall, they roared, "Quickly break out of the encirclement." Since this was an illusion set up by the other party, they had to break it. Instantly, all sorts of auras erupted. These people's souls spread out in all directions. As for Lin Xian, he snorted coldly. Imprison everything. Lin Xian was the ruler of the entire illusionary world. Hence, he gave the order to imprison the surroundings. The people from the holy cities could not move. Oh no! Linghu Chuexiwe and the others roared, "Quickly attack!" They erupted with their strongest strength and attacked frantically. Pooh! A sword light flashed, and the Yellow Spring Hall's late stage holy venerate got chopped in half. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all went crazy. Is heaven really that horrifying? Quickly run! They struggled even more intensely. The surrounding space shook rapidly. Clearly, it could not hold on any longer. Lin Xian showed a cold expression. They only had 5 seconds. Even Lin Xian was not confident of how far he could go. 5 seconds was very short. However, it was enough for these experts. Boom! The 10,000 fiend cities, late stage, holy venerate got torn apart. The Kunlun Mountains suppressed the great desolate mansions, late stage, holy venerate. The Thunder God's late stage, holy venerate got drowned by the Azure Sea's water. As for the early stage, holy venerates and middle stage, holy venerates, they suffered even more disastrous losses. The Thunder God's late stage, holy venerate exploded. 5 seconds passed quickly. During this time, the holy venerates all suffered severe injuries. After 5 seconds, the surviving late-stage holy venerates roared crazily. Crack! The entire illusionary world shattered like a mirror. In the next moment, the holy venerates could move again. They returned to the real world. Quickly run. Their thoughts were not revenge, but escape. Earlier, they had truly suffered severe injuries. 10-odd late-stage holy venerates were killed. Their souls were forever destroyed. Their bodies fell into the rubble. Half of the holy venerates died. The surviving holy venerates were also severely injured. Their souls merged with their bodies, causing them to vomit blood nonstop. Chapter 40, 259. Run. These people were running away, frantically. Linghu Chuexiwe and the others were chasing after them. Those who were watching the battle did not know what was going on. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Only a few seconds had passed? The experts on their side had been severely injured and had even fled. What exactly had happened? Damn it! Seeing their side collapsing again, the Saint Kings and Elders' faces turned ugly. Their hearts were bleeding. They had even discovered that there were really late Saint Venerables who had fallen. Moreover, there was more than one. There were more than 10 of them. The remaining people were dying even more. Not good. If this continues, there will be more deaths. Many elders gritted their teeth. The Saint Kings knew this too, especially the Silver Corpse Saint King. His face was pale. He realized that the Acheron Palace had lost 4 late-stage Saint Venerables. Damn it! They stood up, and their auras surged in all directions. Peerless Saint King sneered. You can't hold it in any more. I've said it before. Don't jump to conclusions too early. The 3 dragon tribes also smiled. It seemed that following the Azure Dragon Horn was the right choice. This time, if they could really defeat those saint cities, they would gain great benefits. We can't let this continue. I suspect that the brat used some extreme methods. Soaring Sky Saint King stood up and said coldly. Desolate Sky Saint King nodded. That's right. The scene just now was too strange. He clearly did not have any strength, but he was able to cause such an outcome. Lei Shencheng, myriad sword pavilion, and purple sun palaces, Saint Venerables, also stood up. They said that they could not let this continue. They had to either stop or change the rules. Stop? Why didn't you think of stopping when you attacked us? Peerless cities, Elder snorted. Indeed, when the 6 saint cities attacked them, no one stood up and said such words. Now that the situation had changed, these people could not take it anymore. What a joke! Peerless Saint King also snorted. You want to stop? Do you think this is a game? Obviously, both sides had different opinions and started to quarrel. Some of the Saint Kings even emitted terrifying auras. The entire world started to collapse. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The extraterrestrials also gasped. Would this cause a Saint King level battle? Thousand Demon City, don't go too far. The experts of the 3 dragon clans stood up. The people of the Blue Sea Pavilion also frowned. Some people were still unable to cover the sky with a single hand. The people of Kunlun also snorted coldly. You want to fight? We will accompany you to the end. Stop arguing. At this moment, a cold and gloomy voice sounded, shaking the surroundings. Everyone turned around and saw that the one who spoke was the Silver Corpse Saint King. Flying Sky Saint King said, "Whatever you say is useless. Yellow Spring Hall is the host this time. Brother Silver Corpse, what do you think?" Yes, they had to stop or change the rules. The Silver Corpse Saint King's face was gloomy. He said, "What happened before is too strange. I also feel that it is very unfair if this continues. Thus, I decided to use my only chance to change the rules of the second stage." The moment these words came out, God King Soaring Sky and the others revealed a trace of malevolence. Peerless Saint King and his allies, who were smiling, furrowed their brows. However, they didn't say anything. After all, as the host, Acheron Hall did have a chance to change the rules. Of course, this rule had to be approved by the majority. Otherwise, if they changed the rules to only benefit Acheron Hall, the other saint cities wouldn't agree. How do you want to change it? The Azure Dragon King asked coldly. It's very simple. Pick your opponent. Each power would take turns as the arena master to pick their opponent. Those who were picked could reject it. However, that was equivalent to failing twice. Those who rejected 3 times would be disqualified. Those who couldn't participate in the next stage. Those who were killed or kicked out of the arena would be disqualified. Of course, late-stage Saint Venerables couldn't take the initiative to pick someone 2 levels lower than them, unless they sealed their own cultivation. What do you all think? The moment these words came out, the surrounding people started discussing. Flying Sky Saint King and the others were naturally willing. As long as they could stop the battles, they would raise both hands in agreement. However, Peerless City's side was silent. To be honest, this rule didn't sound like a problem, but it was very dangerous when it was implemented. After all, it was very easy for the strong to fight the weak. Needless to say, Yellow Spring Hall would still target them. However, if they used it well, they could continue to hunt those people. Therefore, Peerless King nodded and said, "I have no objections. However, I have to remind you that you only have 1 chance to change the rules. After this, you won't have another chance. I'd like to see if you can still smile after changing the rules. You don't have to worry about that." Hearing that, Silver Corpse Saint King snorted coldly. Since even Peerless Saint King had approved of it, the other Saint Kings nodded in agreement as well. After all, if they didn't agree, Silver Corpse Saint King would probably propose an even more disadvantageous rule. Since that's the case, let's begin. After saying that, the Saint Kings formed hand seals and flew into the distance. Of course, it wasn't their real bodies. They all sent out a clone and merged into the space. In the next moment, the space broke open and countless terrifying figures appeared. As a result, the people who were still fighting in the space were all stunned. "Stop!" Silver Corpse Saint King roared, and the 9 heavens shook. Everyone stopped, and some of them narrowed their eyes. What's going on? Why are the Saint Kings here? Are they going to make a move too? From now on, stop fighting. The rules have changed. Hearing that voice, everyone was shocked again. Changing the rules? Lin Xian, Ling Hu Chueshue, and the others frowned. Damn it, these guys wanted to change the rules when they saw that they were at a disadvantage. How despicable. Moreover, what shocked them was that they actually succeeded. They didn't say anything and quickly retreated. The Saint Kings of the sacred city in the sky also stood on one side. Then they called everyone back. Master, what's going on? Ling Hu Chueshue and the others asked when they returned. Peerless King sneered. Of course, they wanted to change the situation because they had one chance. However, he wouldn't let them turn the tables. The rules were quickly announced, and the others' eyes lit up. Silver Corpse Saint King said, "All right, let's begin." After saying that, the people from Acheron Hall were the first to sneer. As the host, they were the first to be the ringleaders. This time, a middle stage, Saint Venerable walked out. His face was extremely cold. In an instant, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Get out here." As expected, he was targeting Lin Xian. The people from Peerless City also darkened. Lin Xian's strength had not recovered and was still very weak. Now that he was targeted by a middle stage Saint Venerable, it would be very dangerous. If he refused, it would be equivalent to failing twice. Moreover, the people from Acheron Hall would definitely not do it themselves. Next, Great Desolate Mansion, Myriad Sword Pavilion, and Demon City would definitely call out Lin Xian. This way, if Lin Xian refused 3 times, he would be eliminated. Chapter 4260. Kid, what's wrong? You don't dare? If you don't dare, kneel down and admit defeat. If you dare to target me, I'll let you know what regret is. The middle stage, Saint Venerable, did not hide the killing intent in his eyes at all. He was targeting Lin Xian. The surrounding people gasped when they heard this. They did not know what Lin Xian would choose. Would he admit defeat directly? That way, he could buy some time to recover. Damn it, I'll fight you. Fu Hongye snorted and was about to attack. However, the person opposite her sneered. You don't have the right to choose. I'm the champion now. I can choose. Lin Xian's brother, Shin Jingqiu, also looked nervous. She said, "Why don't we reject this battle first and win after recovering our strength?" Indeed, the others had the same idea. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring. He swallowed it and said, "No need, I still have the strength to stand. Help me up." What? The people of Peerless City were stunned. Junior brother Lin, don't be impulsive. Fu Hongye frowned. Yu Ruo said, "Your strength is too weak now. You don't even have 1/10 of your strength. You can't resist at all." Shangguan Shaoxian also said, "They're obviously targeting you. Don't fall for their provocation." Lin Xian said, "It's okay, I really still have the strength to stand." As he spoke, he coughed twice and almost lost his balance. The surrounding people could only roll their eyes. You can fall with a gust of wind. You still have the strength to stand? What a joke. Kid, are you okay? Peerless Sacred King also transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded and gave him a reassuring look. Peerless Sacred King then said, "All right, since he insists, let him try." Junior brother, Ling Hu Chueshue, and the others wanted to say something, but Peerless Sacred King stopped them. Since even Peerless Sacred King said so, perhaps Lin Xian really had a way. "Well, I don't have enough strength to fly now. Send me up." Lin Xian said. Shin Jingqiu became his assistant. Shangguan Shaoxian also walked over and said, "I want to help too." The 2 of them supported Lin Xian and flew him into the distance, landing on the arena below. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they went crazy. Oh my God, what was the meaning of this? Was Lin Wudi going to step up? What kind of joke was this? He couldn't even fly and had to be supported by others. He still wants to fight. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Murong Qingqing was also nervous. Even Meng Qing and Guan Songhai had no idea what Lin Xian was up to. Those from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the great desolate mansion also had strange expressions on their faces. This brat was too arrogant. Did he think that he was invincible after defeating Wang Jiani and killing Huang Shursen? Today is the day he dies. These people gritted their teeth. The arena master of Akron Hall was stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. That was great. From the looks of it, the other party did not seem to be faking it at all. Didn't have much strength. He could kill such a person with just a raise of his hand. After placing Lin Xian on the arena, Shen Jingqiu and Shangguan Shaoxian left. The arena master said, "Tell me, brat, how do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian glanced at the arena master and sat on the ground. He said, while eating pills to recover his strength, "Although I don't even have 1% of my strength now, it's more than enough to kill a piece of trash like you." When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was putting up a strong front. The face of the Akron Hall's person darkened. "Are you provoking me? Very well. I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Then his body shone brightly and a terrifying law burst out. In an instant, he turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Lin Xian. "Go to hell!" He slapped down, wanting to turn Lin Xian into a bloody mist. The surrounding people were all stunned. This was a middle stage, holy venerate. How strong was he? Even if Lin Xian was at his peak, he might not be able to block such a move. Buzz! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's body began to shake. However, he suddenly raised his head, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Strange talisman scripts spun quickly in his eyes. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. An extremely terrifying eye flame charged forward. On the other side, the Akron Hall's middle stage, Holy Venerate shrieked miserably. That Holy Venerate Hall's palm did not fall. Instead, he hugged his head and rolled around in the air. He looked like he had gone crazy. The surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Is it a soul attack? That's impossible. This brat's soul can even injure a middle stage, Holy Venerate? Everyone was stunned. The Akron Hall's people did not dare to believe it. The other party could not even fly, yet he could injure a middle stage, Holy Venerate. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Xian also paled. He withdrew his gaze. Honestly, although Xiao Chen's soul energy was strong, it was not possible for him to injure a middle stage, Holy Venerate. However, it was not that Xiao Chen did not have any tricks up his sleeve. He used the dream leaf. This was a spiritual world that a holy ruler created. It contained strong soul energy. At this moment, Lin Xian directly extracted the soul energy in the dream leaf. He used it to strengthen his heavenly secret divine eyes. This way, it was equivalent to him obtaining a strong soul energy. Hence, he could injure the other party. However, the soul energy in the dream leaf was limited. Once Xiao Chen used it up, then he would not be able to injure a middle stage, Holy Venerate. Hence, Xiao Chen had to do his best to recover his strength quickly. Lin Xian had used his heavenly secret, divine eye flame. The other party could not endure it at all. At this moment, the other party did not stand up. Clearly, his soul was severely injured. As for Lin Xian, he staggered to his feet and even vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chen still managed to stand up in the end. He said, "I already said that I still have the strength to stand. I won this battle." Hearing this, countless people were shocked. Some people from the holy city fell silent. Their faces were extremely ugly. Xiao Chen had indeed won. Xiao Chen, a powerless person, actually won the battle. It was hard to believe. The people from the Akron Hall vomited a mouthful of blood. The previous battle had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Half of them had perished, while the remaining half were able to survive. They could be said to be the elites of the elites. However, they did not expect to be severely injured as soon as they entered the arena. This was a complete loss of face. Help me back. Lin Xian stood up and won the battle. Then he waved his hand in the distance. Shen Jingqiu and Shangguan Shaoxian flew over and helped him back. This scene was extremely strange. You are already so weak, but you are still so strong. How were they going to let others live? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian returned to the peerless holy ruler's side. The peerless holy ruler nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "Well done. It seems that the people from the Acheron Hall are too weak. When you face them in the future, just use 1% of your strength. They probably won't be able to withstand it." Chapter 42:61. The Silver Corpse, Holy King's face turned ashen. What a slap to his face. They had suffered heavy losses before this. More than half of their experts had fallen. Now that they had changed the rules, they thought they could regain their reputation. Who would have thought that they would lose so miserably in their first battle? The other holy cities' experts' faces turned ugly. This guy had no strength, but his soul was still so powerful. Damn it. The second battle was between the Limitless Sect and the Seven Star Towers experts. The two of them fought, and the Seven Star Towers experts won. Next, it was the Great Desolate Mansion's turn. The eyes of the Great Desolate Mansion's experts were filled with killing intent. They had also lost a late-stage Saint Venerable on their side. Moreover, Huang Shisan had been killed by the other party. Therefore, they also wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, they were not confident and began to discuss. Should we make a move on this kid? Someone said that it would not be easy. This kid's soul was very powerful. Of course, there were also people who said that it was not certain. No matter how strong he was, he could not fight against a mid-stage Saint Venerable. I guess that was the last of his strength. Let's try again. Another mid-stage Saint Venerable walked out. He also challenged Lin Xian. The crowd gasped again. Right now, Lin Xian was furiously absorbing energy to recover. When he heard another challenge, he opened his eyes. He said, "Help me up. I can still fight." If this was the case again, this brat was really trying to mystify things. Would he be able to withstand it this time? With Shen Jingqiu and Shangguan Shaoxian's help, Lin Xian came to the arena again. The Lightning Lord of the Great Desolate Mansion sneered. "Kid, I don't believe you have any strength left." With a roar, he charged forward. However, he soon let out a miserable shriek. His soul had also suffered from the impact of the attack. This time, his soul was directly destroyed. Is he dead? The surrounding people went crazy. Not only did this guy's strength not weaken, he became stronger. He killed a mid-stage Saint Venerable. How did he do it? The hearts of the Great Desolate Mansion's experts were bleeding. The other holy cities were also on high alert. Su Chen sneered. However, his pupils shrunk. It was obvious that the power he had just displayed was beyond what he could withstand. This time he was injured again, but this should be enough to intimidate these people. As expected, no one dared to make a move against him in the following period of time. However, they had changed their target. They decided to attack the people around Lin Xian. For example, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was preparing to attack Shen Jingqiu. Another middle stage, Holy Venerate, Sword Sage walked out. His powerful aura pierced through all directions. At this moment, he was staring at Shen Jingqiu. "Come out. You will definitely die today." A cold voice rang out. Everyone was in an uproar. The situation at Wushuang Chung City turned ugly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Damn it, these people couldn't beat him. So they decided to attack the people around him? Forget it. There's no need to stand in this round. Yu Ruo and Shangguan Shaoxian had said that not everyone in the middle stage of Holy Venerate Realm could turn the tables and fight. People like Lin Xian were simply heaven-defying. It would probably be very difficult for the others. However, Shen Jingqiu took a deep breath. "I won't admit defeat so easily. Even if I can't beat him, I'll still go." As she spoke, she walked forward. Lin Xian asked, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, big brother Lin Xian. I can do it." As she spoke, her figure flashed and she flew down like a fairy. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were stunned. No way. Is she really going to accept the challenge? This is too unbelievable. Could it be that she wants to fight against a middle stage Holy Venerate as an early stage Holy Venerate? She really doesn't know her limits. The expert from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. Great, I'll use her blood to make Lin Xian go crazy. Seeing Xun Jingqiu land, a sharp sword light slashed over. The berserk energy was unparalleled. Xun Jingqiu did not hide. Her figure flashed and she dodged. In the next moment, a Dharma idol appeared behind her, giving off a mysterious light. At the same time, she said coldly, "The rules of the competition state that the battle will only last for an incense stick's time. If I can hold on, it should be enough, right?" The crowd was in an uproar. So, this was what the other party was planning. Indeed, there was a time limit this time. They only had the time for an incense stick to burn. However, the person from the 10,000 Swords sect sneered. "Do you really think that you can last an incense stick's worth of time against me? Are you kidding me? If I can't kill you within 3 moves, I'll kill myself. Is that so? All right, you've already used 1 move. You still have 2 moves left." Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly. "I want to see how you end your own life." Dragon Elephant Sword Technique. What he used was an extremely terrifying sword technique. His movements were grand and powerful. He slashed out with his sword, creating the illusion of a dragon and elephant. This was an attack from a middle stage Holy Venerate. An early stage Holy Venerate would not be able to block it. However, he still underestimated Xun Jingqiu. Xun Jingqiu's heaven and earth Dharma form bloomed, forming 2 illusions that formed a triangle in the sky. After that, he could switch positions at will in these 3 worlds. It was equivalent to 2 spatial teleportation arrays. She used form displacement to dodge the 2 streaks of sword light. She then smiled and said, "3 moves have passed. You can't hurt me at all. Now you can kill yourself." What? She actually dodged it? The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people did not believe it. The others were also in an uproar. What was that? Heaven and Earth Dharma form? Damn it. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's person's expression became extremely ugly. He was just casually saying it earlier, because with his strength, it was simply too easy for him to kill her in an instant. After all, not everyone was as heaven-defying as Lin Xian. However, the outcome of the matter was beyond his expectations. The woman in front of him also had a strange technique. Hearing the other party's mockery, the sword saint snorted coldly. "Damn it, you've completely angered me." Speaking of which, the dragon elephant sword technique covered heaven and earth, enveloping the 3 illusions. "I don't believe that you can dodge it this time," the surrounding people also exclaimed. "It's over. This Shen Jingqiu is in danger." That's right. Previously, when he switched positions, he relied on the element of surprise to dodge the attack. Now that he had been seen through, there was no way for him to escape. Unless he could take the attack head-on, how could he possibly take it? The surrounding people shook their heads. In fact, even Lin Xian and the others grew nervous. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon elephant sword technique exploded and drowned everything. Countless streaks of sword shadows appeared between heaven and earth. It was shocking. When everything disappeared, the Dharma forms in the sky also disappeared. There was no trace of Xun Jingqiu. Could it be that she has been destroyed? It seemed like not everyone could block it. Ha! The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's arena master laughed coldly. The great desolate mansion and the other sacred cities also laughed coldly. They had forgotten about Lin Xian. "Kid, let's see what you can do now." Lin Xian's expression changed. He did not believe that Qiu would die just like that. After all, He had absolute confidence in Shinjingqiu. In the next moment, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked forward. Chapter 4262. Everyone thought that Shen Jingqiu's soul had been destroyed, but Lin Xian laughed. So that's how it is. This little girl is quite smart. In the arena, the man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. Lin Xian, now you know the consequences of going against us. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. From now on, we won't let go of anyone who is related to you. I want you to see them die one by one. He laughed proudly, but at that moment a voice rang out. Oh, is that so? Who told you that my soul has been destroyed? What? Impossible. His laughter seemed to have been crushed by someone's hand. He roared crazily. Who is it? Why are you sneaking around? Come out. He looked around, and his sword energy was even more destructive. The surrounding people were stunned. Who is it? Someone said in a trembling voice. It was Shen Jingqiu's voice. This is impossible. That woman's soul has been destroyed. How can she still be alive? This must be Lin Wudi's illusion. However, the next moment, the crowd saw a figure appear in the sky. It was Shen Jingqiu. She was unharmed. How is this possible? She is fine. How did she dodge the dragon elephant sword technique? The sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was stunned. Impossible. How did you do it? Shen Jingqiu snorted coldly. You want to kill me with your sword technique? Impossible. Half an incense's time has passed. There is still half an incense's time left. I don't think you can hurt me. It seems that it's a draw. She wanted a draw. After all, her opponent was a mid-stage Saint Venerable, and she was only at the early stage. A draw was not considered a failure. Damn it! The dragon elephant annihilates the sky. The sword saint roared crazily. He exploded again. This time his strength was even more terrifying than before. However, when everything disappeared, he thought that Shen Jingqiu had been destroyed. In the end, Shen Jingqiu appeared again. This happened 3 times. After an incense's time, Shen Jingqiu was unharmed. The battle ended in a draw. The people from Wushuang City cheered. On the other side, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people looked terrible. A draw? Damn it. This was a slap to their face. Yo Ruo, Shangguan Shaoxian, looked at Shen Jingqiu and smiled. Lin Xian also said, well done. A smile appeared on Shen Jingqiu's face, and then she went back to her usual self. Damn it, I don't believe that all the people around him are so powerful. Next, those people were prepared to attack Murong Qingqing. This time, it was the people from the Demon City. However, they failed as well. Murong Qingqing was also very strong. He also managed to dodge the attack of a middle stage Holy Venerate. Following it, Qin Xianer, Guan Songhai, and even Meng Qing and the others from the 3 dragon tribes were challenged too. They dodged. However, not everyone dodged. For example, there were people from the Stegosaurus race who died. There were also people from the Winged Dragon Clan who died, which angered the Dragon Clan. Damn it, it was time for their counterattack. Kunlun Pavilion's Hahuan Palace also made a move. Since the 2 sides had already become enemies, there was no need to be polite. They also sent middle stage Holy Venerables to deal with the early stage Holy Venerables. At first, there were still people who accepted the challenge, but after 2 of them were killed, the remaining few directly admitted defeat. They would rather lose 2 matches than come out. Soon, it was Wu Shuangcheng's turn. Everyone was nervous and focused on the fight. They did not know who Wu Shuangcheng was going to send. This was especially so for the people from the Acheron Hall. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. If Linghu Chueshue or Fu Hongye made a move, they would directly admit defeat. They would not give the other party a chance to counterattack. However, they soon discovered that it was not those 2 people. Instead, it was Yu Ruo. Yu Ruo challenged an early stage Holy Venerate from the Demon City. It was nothing. They could just fight. After all, They were all elite experts. They did not believe that they would lose to others. Therefore, the person from the demon city directly went up. In 10 moves, he was killed by Yuruwa. Yuruwa's black and white eyes were extremely terrifying. She domineeringly killed a genius of the same level as her, and then returned. Damn it! These people gritted their teeth. Next, the people from the 3 dragon tribes also challenged the people from the Thunder God City and the Great Desolate Mansion. The people from the Thunder God City directly admitted defeat, while the people from the Great Desolate Mansion were killed. Both sides suffered losses. However, the people from the Acheron Hall were about to vomit blood. They had lost more than half of their geniuses earlier. Now, they could not afford to lose. Of course, there were also some people who displayed great strength. Lin Xian was one of them. Aside from him, the people from Wushuangcheng were all very strong. There were also Murong Qingqing, Guan Songhai, and the others. They were also extremely dazzling. However, there were 2 people who were even more terrifying. The first was Chao Tiansheng. He defeated a mid-stage holy venerate from the giant spirit pavilion. His strength was shocking. The other was Gu Feng. Gu Feng did not participate in the fight between the Acheron Hall and Wushuangcheng. He attacked the people from the returning principal palace. In the end, he defeated a mid-stage holy venerate. This scene shocked everyone. It seemed that these 2 people were not weaker than Lin Xian. That was for sure. Between them and Professor Lin Xian, who was stronger, discussions broke out one after another. But these people had forgotten one thing. Whether it was Chao Tiansheng or Gu Feng, they were both early-stage holy venerates. Lin Xian was only a peak small sage. However, he was so strong that people forgot about his cultivation realm. Soon, the first round came to an end. Since some people won, others naturally fell. The people from the Acheron Hall were not willing to accept this. When the second round started, they changed their strategy. They did not attack Lin Xian and the others. Instead, they decided to eliminate the peak combatants of Wushuangcheng. This time, a late-stage holy venerate came out. The person he challenged was Fu Hongye. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It seemed like these people were going to kill him. Senior brother. The people from Wushuangcheng looked at Fu Hongye. This was truly a difficult choice. Fu Hongye was strong, but he did not have much chance of winning against a late-stage holy venerate. Fu Hongye took a deep breath. I'll try. I'm not willing to admit defeat right away. Go. Do what you can. The Wushuangcheng also said. This battle can be considered a challenge from Fu Hongye. Let's see where his limits are. I accept the challenge. Fu Hongye left. When he came out, everyone was in an uproar. It can't be. Is he really going to accept the challenge? The people from the Acheron Hall revealed sinister smiles. This is great. This time they will not fail again. The old man's eyes shone with a cold light. Fu Hongye came to the arena and took the initiative to attack. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared beside the old man. The red leaf in his hand kept falling. An illusion of a maple tree appeared behind him. In an instant, he executed his strongest magic ability. Chapter 42:63. Crack, crack, crack. An extremely terrifying light appeared on the old man's body, directly shattering all the maple leaves. Then he sneered and grabbed the white bones of the yellow spring with one hand. With a crack, half of Fu Hongye's body was grabbed, but there was no blood. Instead, it turned into countless maple leaves. His real body appeared in another place, and his expression became extremely ugly. Just now, he was only using his clone to test the waters, but the difference in strength was too great. The other party could easily destroy his divine ability. It's useless. You can't escape. Yellow, fist destruction. The old man formed a seal with both hands and pressed toward the void. Immediately, the surrounding yellow spring water quickly spread, completely enveloping the entire world. Fu Hongye couldn't escape at all. Die. The old man laughed sinisterly and a terrifying law erupted. Not good. When the people of Wushuang City saw this scene, their expressions became extremely ugly. They were all worried for Fu Hongye. Fu Hongye's pupils constricted. He snorted coldly and suddenly burst out with an unparalleled secret technique. The 5-fold increase in strength had caused a crack to appear on it. He rushed out. He could actually dodge it? The old man was surprised. You struggled and scattered. Fu Hongye had been suppressed, but whenever he was in danger, he would activate the unparalleled secret technique. He unleashed several times the strength to dodge. The old man didn't succeed. No way. He could actually block it. Unbelievable. This Fu Hongye was not an ordinary person. Seeing that he couldn't catch the other party in half an incense stick's time, the old man's face turned gloomy. He roared angrily, and the yellow spring diagram rotated, forming 3 clones that fought in all directions, forming a yellow spring formation. It directly locked Fu Hongye. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let the other party escape. Fu Hongye was in an extremely dangerous situation. He merged with the maple tree behind him and charged forward. It was useless. The old man slapped out and directly made Fu Hongye vomit blood. However, Fu Hongye didn't retreat. He quickly charged forward as if his entire body had turned into a maple tree. When his palm fell, endless maple leaves swayed and directly hit the old man's body. The old man's body swayed, and he was also injured. How was that possible? The old man was stunned, and so were the others. The difference between the two of them was a realm. Could Fu Hongye really break through the defense? What was this maple tree? It was too terrifying. Just like that, the two of them fought. Fu Hongye vomited blood, but the more he fought, the braver he became and attacked crazily. In the end, the old man's hair was disheveled. Although he wasn't injured, he was completely embarrassed. In the end, the time it took for an incense stick to burn disappeared, and he still couldn't completely defeat Fu Hongye. Damn it. The old man, even after the time limit, he was still attacking the old man. Saint Emperor Wushuang harumphed coldly. A black vortex appeared and took Fu Hongye away. Then he slapped the old man. The old man's body was immediately split in 2, and he roared crazily. The killings, his eyes filled his eyes. What a disgrace. Get your ass over here. When the silver corpse Saint King saw this, he snorted coldly and unleashed the yellow springs diagram to turn the old man back. Then 2 slaps were sent over. The old man knew that Saint Emperor was saving him. Otherwise, he would suffer a fate worse than death if he fell into Saint Emperor Wushuang's hands. Sure enough, Saint Emperor Wushuang's face was cold as he stared at Holy King's silver corpse. He didn't attack again. Instead, he brought Fu Hongye back. At that moment, Fu Hongye's body was covered in injuries. It was obvious that he had been severely injured in the fight earlier. Hurry up and recover, Wushuang said. The others also had worried expressions. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Linghu Chueshua was even more furious. Next, the other saint cities challenged Lin Xian again. They didn't believe that Lin Xian was so strong. Moreover, even if they were to exhaust Lin Xian, they would exhaust him to death. However, Lin Xian was much stronger than they had imagined. The eye technique that Lin Xian could execute now was enough to kill 5 middle stage holy venerables. Moreover, his strength was still recovering. Lin Xian killed another 3 mid-stage saint venerables. After that, no one dared to challenge him. When it was time for Wushuang City's side to challenge Linghu Chueshua, Linghu Chueshua stepped forward. He challenged the Yellow Spring Hall's late-stage Saint Venerate. It was the old man who had attacked Fu Hongye. That old man had a cold expression. He attacked frantically, wanting to kill Linghu Chueshua. However, Linghu Chueshua's strength shocked him. Although he was nearly 3,000 years older than Linghu Chueshua, he was no match for him. Within 30 moves, he was defeated by Linghu Chueshue. That old man's soul wanted to escape. However, Linghu Chueshue didn't give him the chance. A terrifying sword aura erupted and sealed everything, robbing the old man's soul. Damn it! My Yellow Spring Hall won't let you off. That was the old man's final roar. However, Linghu Chueshue's sword descended. I won't let your Yellow Spring Hall off either. Damn it! The Yellow Spring Hall's people were driven mad with anger. They roared toward the sky. Another top-notch expert was killed. They were unable to tolerate it. The others also felt their scalps go numb. It would appear that this was a scene that wouldn't end until one of them was dead. Holy King Silver Corpse's expression was ice-cold. He stared at Linghu Chueshue with a terrifying gaze. The yellow spring was surging in his eyes. Wushuang Sage King snorted. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? I'll accompany you any time. At the same time, a black vortex appeared in the sky, swallowing everything. The killing intent of the two kings filled the air again. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Humph! Holy King Silver Corpse snorted coldly and didn't make a move. In the following battles, his face turned even uglier. That was because the people from Wushuang City were specifically targeting them. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yuan, Shangguan Shaoxian, or Lung Aojuan, they were all very powerful. Therefore, after a few rounds of fighting, they suffered heavy losses. The others, like Great Desolate Mansion and Thousand Demon City, weren't doing well either. They were targeted by the three dragon tribes, Kunlun Pavilion and Union Palace. A new round had begun. This time it was the people from Thousand Demon City who were ready to attack. They had used their ultimate skill, the Void Beast. After all these years of nurturing, the Void Beast had reached the early Holy Venerate realm. Its strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, the other party was also proficient in spatial divine abilities. Originally, they wanted to continue holding back, but they were eager to get rid of Lin Xian. This time, they would let the Void Beast attack. With a flash, a black-robed figure appeared on the stage. His entire body was covered by the black robe and no one could see him clearly. Only a cold voice could be heard. Get over here and die. Everyone was shocked. Was he here to challenge Lin Xian again? Lin Xian stood up. This time he didn't need anyone to help him and he could fly. After arriving, he said, Tell me, how do you want to die? That person sneered and charged over, slapping out a palm. Black light bloomed and a black claw as big as a mountain, carrying a destructive aura, charged towards Lin Xian. Chapter 4264. At this moment, Lin Xian had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. Hence, his eyes shone brightly. He did not use any soul attack. Instead, he stomped his foot and punched out. Similarly, his fist was like a sun, blooming with light. Both of them unleashed an unparalleled aura. Then they both retreated. Lin Xian summoned the 10 ultimate sword formation. He stabbed out with his sword towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was instantly slashed apart. However, to everyone's surprise, no blood flowed out. There was not even a figure. Only the black-robed figure fell to the ground. What's going on? Where is he? Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. His figure swayed. The place where he was originally standing was instantly torn apart. The aftermath of the energy hit him and sent him flying. Damn it! Someone sneaked an attack. When he turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. Those people were also shocked. Could it be a spatial ability? Exclamations could be heard. On a mountain peak, Gufeng stood there. When he saw this scene, his eyes shone with a cold light. Void Beast? He did not expect the Thousand Demon City to use such a trump card. Lin Xian frowned as well. A heavenly Void Beast? To be honest, it was not the first time he encountered it. He had fought with it twice. However, both of them were below the Small Saint realm. He did not expect the other party to grow so quickly. It had actually become a holy venerate. The spatial law was very powerful. It was called a king-level law. It was not a joke. This void beast was probably more dangerous than an early-stage holy venerate. As expected, the void beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously in the next few times. Every time, it would appear in an extremely strange place and attack Lin Xian. Fortunately, Lin Xian's physique was strong. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Another spatial crack shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that there was a terrifying power in the surrounding void that wanted to tear his body in half. He snorted coldly and unleashed his 9-yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, he activated the 10 senses, sword formation. Terrifying sword light swept out in all directions, bringing with it a destructive power that enveloped the entire area. At this moment, Lin Xian's mental state was incomparably solemn. He stood in the center of the array formation like a sword god. A powerful aura burst forth. His palms formed a seal, and the terrifying 10 senses sword formation began. It opened and closed widely, sweeping in all directions. Nothing could get close. The void beast was extremely terrifying. Dozens of cracks appeared around him as he charged over. The terrifying sword lights were all swallowed into the space and transported. This way, there would be nothing that could hurt him. Soon he reached Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with a terrifying golden radiance. They formed a pair of divine eyes that could see through everything. He saw a blurry figure charging at him at high speed. The other party was actually holding swords, and sabers formed from spatial dimensional fragments. Along with the extremely strong power of the laws, they continued to slash down. Lin Xian was very passive in the battle. When the people of the demon city saw this scene, the corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Humph! He was definitely not a match for the void beast. Even if he had 10 types of laws, so what? They couldn't compare to the laws of space. Do you really think that I can't see you when you're hiding in the dark? Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with an extremely terrifying light. He used his eye technique to the extreme. At the same time, the 10 senses sword turned into a divine sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. With a slash of the sword, everything was shattered. The spatial fissures were also collapsing non-stop. Boom! Under this sword, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The blurry figure was actually sent flying. In just an instant, he disappeared into the void. The world was completely silent and there were no more attacks. This made everyone puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that the void beast was injured? That was impossible. How could the laws of space be injured? In the void beast hid. He also frowned. To be honest, the other party was very troublesome. With his strength, it was really too easy to kill people of the same level. There had never been more than 3 moves. But this time he met his opponent. The other party was very difficult to deal with. The other party's sword technique and strong physique made it impossible for him to hurt the other party. On the contrary, the other party's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Humph! Lin Xian stood on the arena. He sneered. Why? Don't dare to make a move? Do you think I can't find you if you hide? In the Tianji divine eyes, the golden light swept in all directions. At the same time, he mobilized the power of the great white dragon sword and directly slashed at the void. With a bang, the void beast's pupils shrank, and he quickly dodged. The void where he was originally standing shattered. At the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. Damn it! He kept dodging, and then began to attack Lin Xian. All kinds of spatial dimensional fragments flew over. Lin Xian dodged. He directly locked onto the void beast and chased after it. What? Lin Wudi could actually find the void beast's trace. How did he do it? His eye technique had already reached such a powerful level? Exclamations came one after another. Gu Feng frowned. This guy was really strong. On Wushuang City's side, Yuruo was also shocked. To be honest, her black and white eyes couldn't completely capture it. She could only see a blurry shadow. In other words, it was impossible for her to keep an eye on the void beast every time. However, Lin Xian could do it. Spatial exile. Get the hell out of here. The void beast roared, forming a large spatial rift and directly swallowing Lin Xian. He wanted to exile Lin Xian into the universe's void. Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that he was really exiled? In this case, even if he didn't die, he would have failed. Exclamations came one after another. Murong Qingqing and the others were nervous again. The void beast raised a disdainful smile. He couldn't withstand a single blow. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sword light in the space. It directly pierced through his body. With a puff, the void shattered. Countless people exclaimed. The void beast was also stunned. However, his body also used the power of space and dodged the sword. It's useless. You can't kill me. Before he finished speaking, he roared crazily. This was impossible. He found that although his body rushed into the void, he was still injured. However, he was still injured. The sword had split him in half. Puff! First, blood splattered. After the two halves of his body fell into the water, they rushed into the void. Then, roaring sounds came from all directions. Impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? He was really crazy. All of them were stupefied. Even Gu Feng's pupils shrank. Did the other party break the space technique? Those people from the Demon City were shocked. They couldn't believe it. What was going on? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I won't be able to kill you? Today is the day you die. At this point, the great dragon sword soul erupted again. The 10 absolute swords were crazily attacked, constantly piercing through the void. The void beast roared again and again. Damn it. Those people from the Demon City were nervous. Soaring Sky Saint King also roared. Return. He really didn't expect that even the void beast couldn't do anything to the other party. Since that was the case, he would let the void beast return to preserve his combat strength. The void beast received the order and escaped into the void. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The 10 absolute swords formation erupted again. It was filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul and directly sealed the world. Chapter 42, 65. The terrifying 10 ultimate sword formation rumbled. The terrifying sword soul filled the air, forming a peerless killing formation. The void beast sensed great danger and roared into the sky. He unleashed his strongest power, the space divine ability, to the extreme. He instantly disappeared. One had to admit that the void beast was very powerful. At this moment, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes disappeared. But in the next moment, he took out a beast skin. It was the void beast's beast skin. With this, he could sense the location of the void beast's body. The 10 senses sword technique erupted and attacked in that direction. The power of this sword was beyond imagination. The sky cracked as the sword pierced through the void beast's body. The void beast came out, his eyes filled with disbelief. His opponent had discovered him, and he could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The wound could not be healed at all, and there was also the law of death that was destroying his body. Stop! How dare you! A terrifying roar sounded. The elders of the Demon City roared crazily. Soaring Sky Saint King also stood up. Stop, we've lost this battle. You let him go. Clearly, the void beast was very important to them. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he heard that. Release him? Let me ask you. Previously, when you 3 great saint kings attacked me, did you ever think of sparing my life? Kid, is this how you speak to a sage king? Do you believe that I can destroy your soul again? Soaring Sky Sage King exuded a terrifying killing intent, causing Lin Xian to tremble. Peerless Sage King snorted. Try it. He also stood up, and the terrifying law of devour swept across the sky. Silver Corpse Sage King and Desolate Heaven Sage King also stood up and looked at Peerless Sage King. What? Do you want to fight again? If I can kill your disciple once, I can do it again. A cold voice resounded through the sky. Peerless Sage King was not fighting alone this time. Kunlun Sage King, Bayou Sage King, Songhai Pavilion Sage King, and the 3 dragon tribes were all on his side. The 2 sides faced each other again. Just as a great battle was about to break out, they were all shocked by a voice. Those Saint Kings did not continue to confront each other. Instead, they all looked over. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian swing his sword and split the void beast in half. The gathering and destruction of the walking souls. The void beast was destroyed, and its life force was extinguished. His body appeared. It was a dark purple demonic beast with strange runes on its body. It looked abnormally ferocious. At this moment he was lying in the ruins, unmoving. Blood pierced through the 9 heavens. Dead! How dare you kill him? Soaring Sky Saint King was instantly enraged. With a roar, his palm turned into a blade, and a green blade light slashed down towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The law of devour appeared in front of him and devoured the light. Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? At this moment he was full of energy. Both sides were about to fight. The other Saint Kings tried to persuade him. Don't do it. This is the battle of the holy halls. We have no right to interfere. If they really fought, there would be an unprecedented crisis. Under the persuasion of these Saint Kings, the Saint Kings and the others gritted their teeth. Indeed, they did not dare to fight. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Soaring Sky Saint King gritted his teeth. Damn it. It was unknown whether the 9 Cheelants were dead or alive. The void beast was killed again. In addition to the geniuses who had died before, their losses this time were really too heavy. Next, the people from Demon City seemed to have gone crazy. They also issued challenges. In an instant, the Kunlun Pavilion and Azure Sea Pavilion were attacked. Even Peerless City was attacked. Gao Jinfei was injured. Shangguan Shaoxian was also injured. Their situation was extremely dangerous. However, Fu Hongya had killed a mid-stage Saint Venerable expert. Kunlun Pavilion also sent out experts. Azure Sea Pavilion's Guan Songhai personally attacked and killed the enemy. The battle between the 2 sides became more and more intense. When the battle ended, the eyes of both sides were red. If it were not for the rules, the elders and Saint Kings would have attacked by now. Another round of battles. Lu Xuanqin of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion attacked. She looked at Lin Xian with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. To be honest, she wanted to take revenge, but she did not have the strength, so she chose someone else. This time, she chose to know Chao Tianxing. However, she was defeated even faster. Chao Tianxing's strength was too mysterious. The Black Heaven sword formation could not do anything to him. Instead, it was defeated by him within 50 moves. This caused an uproar again. In addition to them, Gao Yu and Bai Luo of the New Moon Clan and the Nether Holy Land also attacked. The 2 of them also displayed powerful strength. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Li Hongxiu was also powerful. She had been challenged by several people and won. However, when she challenged Gu Feng, she lost. Gu Feng's spatial laws were obviously stronger than the void beasts. He even mastered an ancient inheritance. Therefore, Li Hongxiu lost. She was injured, but her life was not in danger. Gu Feng looked at Lin Xian, but in the end, he did not challenge Lin Xian. Was it because he had scruples or something else? During this period of battle, Lin Xian had recovered his strength, so he was ready to go all out. He still had some soul power left, so he was ready to attack again. Through the information from Wushuang City, Lin Xian learned that there were some core geniuses in the Acheron Hall. Of course, there were also personal disciples. One of them had a very popular identity. Not only was he a personal disciple, but he was also the grandson of the Silver Corpse Holy King. This person was called Iron Fist. His strength had reached the middle stage of the Holy Venerable Realm. He was Lin Xian, the target of this challenge. Didn't the Silver Corpse Holy King want to kill him? Then he would pay back an eye for an eye and kill this Iron Fist. The Silver Corpse Holy King's expression would definitely be very interesting. Lin Xian walked out, attracting the attention of everyone. No one knew who this guy was going to challenge. Some of the geniuses from the opposing holy cities lowered their heads. To be honest, although they wanted to attack, they did not dare to. They were even more afraid of being called out by the other party. For a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Xian walked over. His eyes flickered. Then he looked at the Acheron Hall. The corners of his mouth curled up. He heard that there was a grandson of Iron Fist in the Acheron Hall. Who was that? When these words came out, everyone was speechless. He was targeting the Acheron Hall again. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the Silver Corpse Holy King had launched a sure-kill attack. If Lin Xian did not have a trump card, he would have been killed long ago. Now he naturally wanted to take revenge. However, when they heard the two words Iron Fist, they were indeed stunned. They naturally knew who Iron Fist was. Iron Fist was naturally angry. He roared, "Damn it! Who are you calling a grandson?" "Of course I'm calling you a grandson. Why, are you unhappy?" Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, are you courting death?" Iron Fist's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He was mad. He must kill Lin Xian.